Bossier Family Dental Care, your partner in lifelong smiles.
Find out more about dental implants at ShreveportBossierDental.com.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell Ice Cream at your local grocer and pick up your favorite flavor today.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Keeping you up to date on everything associated with LSU, River Cities Lighting. The LSU updates at the bottom of the hour, every hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, brought to you by River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453, brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
Tiger weather now.
Remaining sunny and unseasonably hot for us here as we head through the weekend. Partly cloudy skies here overnight, low 70s. Sunny and hot Friday with about a 30% chance for a mainly afternoon shower or storm. Highs Friday afternoon, low part of the 90s. And it'll stay sunny and unseasonably hot this weekend. Low to mid 90s on Saturday, low 90s forecast for Sunday. I'm Ken Boone with the Weather Channel.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station. The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Horse aboard. What's happening, hot stuff? This is the Tim Fletcher Show on a beautiful Friday, September 19th, 2025 morning. My name is Tim Fletcher. Happy to be here with you. We don't still run that commercial, do we, Raj? Just happen to be here. That always made me chuckle, though, every time I heard it. My friends got a little Dirtfoot popping into our ears here to let us know that, hey, this is live. We're rocking and rolling, baby. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Our show is presented every single day by the wonderful human beings at Alsco and Alsco.com. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and so much more. They got it. You want it? They got it. Alsco.com. 636-0404. My friends, you can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. That number is 318-725-5945. 318-RALLY-45.
Hello?
Ed Orgeron, you old son of a gun. Where have you been?
We're coming.
No, I said, where have you
We're
been?
coming.
Ben.
And we ain't backing down.
Didn't say where are you going. See, he gets a thought in his mind, Rogers. He just will not let it go. That's
We're
good.
coming. We're coming. And we ain't backing down. Hello?
I don't know why and how, but I came across like a series of images of Coach O yesterday on the internet, on something on Twitter, and it led to a link, and just pictures of him in various stages of yelling at people while he was on the sidelines at LSU, his eyes bulging out. That's when America was great. Veins popping out. Mudbugs home opener tonight. Woohoo! Mudbugs home opener is tonight. Taking on Amarillo. Incredible stuff. MudbugsHockey.com, 636-7094 to get your tickets. You can text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Live Oak Environmental. They would love to have your dumpster service starting as soon as possible. And why not make that switch? You can do it for 2026, sure, but isn't there still a full quarter at the end of this year? I don't know how these fiscal things work, but make that call to Roy Walters' team, 318-230-7125. You'll be glad you did. Better service, good people, probably save you a whole ton of money as well. Get in touch with Live Oak Environmental, liveoakenv.com, 318-230-7125. Thanks to Sports World at 8809 Jewella. For the early riser portion of our show from 6 to 7, Sports World, taking care of your uniform needs for athletics as well as school unis. Since 1973, they are awesome human beings. And you're going to be so glad that you decided to go there and support local, because they've got everything you need. Even if you've got triplets, which would be, I guess, 27, because 3 times 3 times 3 is 27, right? Yeah. Okay, Octomom, slow down. You know, there's a cure for that. Having 27 kids. Where are we, Raj? Oh, well, hang on, Raj, hang on. Sorry, man. We're on social media at the X, at Fletcher Worldwide, at Fletcher Show, at Hey Boy Rogers, at AHesher32. We're on TikTok and Instagram and Threads at Tim Fletcher Show. Tim Fletcher Show Facebook page is up and running. Of course, it's got a live broadcast of the show in Technicolor Sound and Panavision Audio, taking care of you every single step of the way. We are broadcasting live that video stream on YouTube, on X, and on Facebook. On X, Fletcher Show. On YouTube, Tim Fletcher Show. Same thing with the thingamajig. And don't forget, Rogers and I do all this heavy lifting afterward, because that's how we keep our bods so buff, by putting all the live hours of our entertaining radio. And you'll probably think to yourself, when are we going to get one of those hours of entertaining radio? Oh, I get it. That's a funny joke. But no, we take every hour of live radio and we upload it every day into the stratosphere so you can download later.
Yes, sir!
From Apple, Google, Amazon, Clip-Clop, Fling-A-Ding, and Spotify, and, Wom Babaloo Babalop, Bam Boom. Wherever you get your podcast from, that's where you'll find us. Okay, now let's do an SEC update. And it's brought to you by our buddy Bo Harris, former Shreve Gator, LSU Tiger, Cincinnati Bengal. Just a good guy, and he wants more than anything for folks to have a plan. Have a plan. You know, you don't go on a vacation without a plan. If you're a teacher, you don't enter the school year without a plan. If you're a firefighter and you're heading off to fight a blaze, you need a plan. Just like in your financial world. To get to where you want to get financially, you need a plan with a true professional financial advisor. Bo Harris, Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update all day long. Okay. Apparently, word is leaking out that the permanent opponents for the SEC are starting to be revealed. Huh? Set to be announced Tuesday, right? So who's going to get who? Folks in Alabama have put on their detective hats, which look a lot like dunce hats now that I think about it, especially in Alabama. Auburn and Tennessee seem to be two of their thirds, so who's the other one going to be? Some want Mississippi State, some want LSU. If they get LSU, then Alabama's three permanent opponents will be Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. Look, I'm not trying to get any sympathy for the Alabama Crimson Tide, but that seems like a pretty formidable trio there, Raj. Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU, that's teams that are typically pretty good on a year-to-year basis. But Tuesday is apparently the day that we're going to find out what these permanent opponents are going to be like. So, okay, that's something to kind of look forward to. Fun, exciting, and new. Come aboard. I get it. Big games this weekend include Auburn at Oklahoma. Oklahoma is a touchdown favorite, a little over it in some books, 6.5 points. Jackson Arnold for the Auburn Tigers has been okay for Auburn in their wins over Baylor, Ball State, and South Alabama. The best thing that he has done, he has yet to turn the ball over. Oklahoma is -5 in the turnover margin. And yet they still have the number one scoring defense in the SEC. So, in other words, Oklahoma has turned the ball over. Their offense has turned the ball over 5 times more than their defense has created turnovers. And yet their scoring defense, despite the fact that they have been put in some tougher situations because of turnovers from the offense, still are the leading scoring defense in all of college football. And, yeah, they've taken on Illinois State, FCS team, Michigan, and don't forget last week they were in Philly to take on Temple. So something to keep an eye on. Arnold doesn't turn it over. Oklahoma doesn't necessarily create turnovers, but they are still the best scoring defense. Very well. And, of course, Jackson Arnold coming back to Norman where he was the starting quarterback before. There's a few of those games this week, actually. Yeah, it is. A couple of SEC teams stepping out of conference play, but I think have some pretty tough task ahead of them. Tulane is wearing a snazzy set of their Tulane road unis against a very boring Ole Miss outfit choice selection this week, Raj. Tulane's got to beat the uniform easily. Austin Simmons is expected to be back in the starting lineup this week after missing the start last week against Arkansas. Ole Miss is giving up nearly 6 yards per play on defense. And Jake Retzlaff, Tulane quarterback, is getting it done, buddy. He's got 120-plus yards rushing, 2 touchdowns. It'll be pretty interesting. Ole Miss, an 11.5-point favorite at home. And Florida at Miami. Kind of weird to me that Tulane is a bigger underdog at Ole Miss than Florida is at Miami. Florida's only a 7.5-point underdog at Miami. I don't see, unless the odds makers just think that there's no way that DJ Lagway is going to throw 5 picks again. He has to be better than that. They will put up more points than that than they did against LSU. However, the good news is Miami's getting it done with Carson Beck having big games, Carson Beck having so-so games. Because right now, their defense is doing A-OK. And the balanced offensive attack for Florida is averaging easily more than 20 points per game. Florida and Miami. Miami, a 7.5-point favorite at home. That's just a couple of the big games we've got for you in the SEC. By the way, the Oklahoma deal, after this Auburn game, they have a bye week. Then it's Kent State, the Red River Shootout there with Texas, at South Carolina, Ole Miss, at Tennessee, bye week, at Alabama, Missouri, and LSU. I remember hearing, was it Florida's schedule that everyone talked about, Raj, being so, my gosh, that's a gauntlet. Did you hear what I just said Oklahoma has to face? Bye week after this week, their only game where they won't be within a touchdown one way or the other of being favored is the following game when they have Kent State. And then it's Texas in neutral territory, at South Carolina with perhaps a healthy Lenora Sellers. Ole Miss at home, who should probably be still ranked top 10, top 15. At Tennessee, also top 15. Bye week at Alabama, who could be top 5 at that point. Missouri, who is top 15, could be top 10 at that point. They get them at home, and then LSU goes to Norman, and LSU right now is considered one of the top 3 teams in the country. Wow. I don't know if I realized that Oklahoma's back end of their schedule is as brutal as Florida's. Anywho, better them than me. Your SEC update is brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris, WM.com, 318-670-3101, located at 223 Fannin, downtown Shreveport. Joining us now in studio, it's our old pal, Rogers Hambone Hampton.
Hey, boy. Happy Friday, Timothy Fletcher.
How you doing?
I'm good. We made it to Friday.
Woohoo! Looks like we made it.
We made it, Barry Manilow.
We did. How was your Thursday?
It was all right.
I woke up at the regular time.
I was watching the clock this morning.
I was very excited about that.
And I was waiting every time the door would open at the end of the building because a couple people aren't here, so it's a kind of a different schedule. You know me. I know everybody's clicking their door and when they're supposed to be here. I was like, okay, well, that was this one. That one's either this one or this one. Mm-hmm. And then when you weren't the second one, I went, uh-oh. Then you were the third one. So I was okay.
Yeah, I woke up 3:30, and I felt so froggy, Raj, so confident. I went, I'm going to snooze for 10 more minutes.
Oh, I hate snoozing.
And I did. I snoozed for 10 more minutes. And then I got up and got going.
Well, look at you.
I know, Pikachu.
Pikachu.
And I didn't have to drive, over 60 miles per hour on the way out here this morning. Yesterday I had to drive out here. It was going like 61, 62.
Yeah.
And today I was going like 57.
Yeah.
So that just felt a little bit more relaxed.
I hear you.
I hear you. I stayed up, of course, watching the NFL game last night. It's being replayed on the NFL Network. Bills and the Dolphins.
Yeah,
Bills pick up another win, 31-21, which is good for all of us in Survivor. The Survivor Challenge brought to you by Bowman Asphalt, Nightlighters, Evergreen Turf Solution, and our little radio show. $2,000 up for grabs. And we had some folks that took the Bills last night. Quite a few. As a matter of fact, just about, Oh, how many goes in one row? Probably about 35 of us advanced last week by taking the easiest choice, and that's Buffalo. Of course, we don't get to choose the Bills the rest of the season, so that's on us, but I'm all right with that. Raj, we've got football on the brain.
Oh, absolutely.
We got baseball on the brain.
Yeah.
We've got college football.
Absolutely.
High school football.
Of course, because you know what it is.
It's, yeah.
It's time. It's time. It's time. Friday Football Frenzy.
Powered by Chevyland. Your way tonight on 101.7 FM, 710 Keel from 7 until 10:30 for the 13th straight year. Chevyland powering Friday Football Frenzy. This is already week 3. We will be 25% of the way through our coverage after tonight. It just started. Hey. Okay. Early Riser, brought to you by Sports World. Our show presented by Alsco. Uniforms, facility care.
Why couldn't they invite us this weekend?
Who's that? What?
Why couldn't they invite us to go to Houston this weekend? First place showdown.
Yeah, I know what.
Saturday's open.
Everybody!
Troy, if you're listening, Rogers is angling.
Let's get it started! Let's get it started in here! Let's get it started! Let's get it started in here! Woohoo! Woohoo!
And we will be back with more of the Early Riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Sports World 8809, Juella in Shreveport, Louisiana, is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973, they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, oh, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts, they've got the sunglasses, they got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Juella, just off 3132.
In the studio with Daniel Lynch, our 11:30 The Tiger lawn and fence industry ace. Tell us more about the idea of relationship building. This sounds more like a generational company, not an annual company.
We've been in the community for a long time. I grew up in this community. I try to invest back into it. And so we're not here really just to sell you a fence. We want to build something in your backyard that's going to be great and you're going to be proud of. But we want to build a relationship with you because we are in this community to help people, not just to sell fences.
That doesn't just mean individuals. You're talking about businesses too, right?
Right, yeah. So we are a commercial and residential. We're about a 50-50 split on that. We do take care of a lot of businesses, a lot of job sites, things of that nature. But not only that, but we do work with the residential industry as well. And we take care of everybody. That's what we're about. We're building relationships in the community and keeping everything you got safe and taken care of.
Learn more about this industry ace at lyncheslawnandfencellc.com.
Don't get caught with your fence down. You call, we come. God bless the USA.
Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Janet Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
103.3 FM and 11:30 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton, the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Juella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pros since 73. Of course, Jack and his crew have got gear for you for every sport you can possibly imagine. They're really helping out so many people enjoy games even more with stadium seats. They've got stadium blankets for you here when the weather starts turning a little bit nippier in the air. And, of course, if you want to wear a T-shirt or a jersey with your kiddo's name and number to match those school colors, you know where to go. Sports World. Our show also presented by Alsco, alsco.com. They take care of just about everything at your workplace you can imagine. They can take care of it. Wet mops, floor mats, bathroom supplies, first aid kits, and so much more. From the Live Oak Environmental text line, what the heck is that little light next to the moon? Coach Bach wants to know. What light are we talking about, Raj? Yeah. Where is the moon right now? I know where the sun is. Where's the moon? As Jerry Jones once said. There's a light next to the moon that's troubling you, Coach. Let's see here. Light next to moon. What do we got? A conjunction before dawn on this morning. Nestled up to the crescent moon, you will find Venus and Regulus, one of the brightest nighttime stars. These three form a conjunction, meaning they appear near each other despite being far, far apart in space. So there we go. That's the light you see. It's a conjunction of Venus and Regulus, who I think they played for, they were on Hamburg's team back when I was a senior. They were sophomores, twins.
Well, actually, Regulus was Sirius Black's brother in Harry Potter.
He was.
Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yeah. So there you go. If you have other astrology questions for us, about the night sky, by all means, that's what we're here for. And my source is NASA, so I'm assuming they know what they're talking about.
I grew up around NASA, so I take their word for it.
Yeah.
They've never been known for conspiracies.
The bad thing is that anytime they would have like a chunk of the concrete come out in their parking lot, that was called an asshole. And so they'd have to go fill it up, with space particles. And yeah. Okay. Rogers, there's a lot of science in my brain that I let trickle out a little bit, but I want to hold on to it because, I think that's one of the reasons I'm getting taller is that I hold on to a lot of the smart stuff in my brain, and it kind of expands my head. And I'm starting to look a little bit like, what's his name, the cartoon guy with the big brain, space guy?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I look like one of those guys who's got the helmets on in the NFL with the little bubble shield on it.
Yeah.
But that's because I got all this science in my head.
Like kazoo.
Yeah, kazoo.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roger. And so that's just one of those things. So, yeah.
It's a burden. I understand.
Thank you, Rogers, for recognizing that. They appear to be near each other despite being far away.
But
it's a triple conjunction of the 5% illuminated warning crescent moon. This has captivated sky watchers worldwide in pre-dawn skies, apparently. Visible about an hour before sunrise, if you ask me.
Coach got it right in time.
He did. If you're in the U.S., Northeast, Europe, Africa, especially, you'll be able to see this here in our part of the world as well. Over 2,600 engagements have already been shared on X.
Wow.
There you go.
And speaking of space.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah. And if you look
it would freak me out if I didn't know.
If you didn't know.
Yeah.
Well, it freaked out a coach.
It did.
But luckily we've calmed everybody down.
We have.
And just remember, if you look close enough, you can see Uranus.
This is also true. And yes, Fist Pump says, yep, it's Venus. Oh, well, don't forget, it's also Regulus. Don't leave Regulus out of this.
Regulus is the one you got to watch out for.
That's the one.
He's the one that stole the Horcrux at one time and replaced it with a fake one.
Correct.
Because all they thought they had was his initials, so they didn't know it was Regulus at first.
And it's a big day today in recruiting because at some point on Get Up today, someone's going to go through Cam Newton's sorting hat and determine what house they're
I was going to say a while ago when you were talking about the Alabama story and they were putting on their thinking hats, I went, well, all their hats look one way, but there's one guy whose hat looks different in Alabama.
It's a whole lot different.
And
Cam
Newton is your sorting hat.
That looks cool, man. Barely Moving sends us a picture. Fist Pump sends us a picture. They look cool. Tags, wow. Good grief.
Yeah.
Space lives in a nicer neighborhood, I think, because his light's a lot bigger. He's closer to Venus than the other guys are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, just don't get too close to Uranus.
Hey, now! Raj, every now and then, I never saw Freddie do this for Hal. I never saw Scott do this for David. But they were caddies for them. But at some point, you thought that maybe they would just put the ball on the tee for them so they could just take a good, clean swipe at it. I feel like I was just your Freddie Burns, your Scott Nicer there as I put the ball on the tee for you and allowed you to just stripe one down the fairway.
I mean, you know how many nerves you just calmed right there?
Yeah.
People that are walking out and getting ready to go to work and go to school, and they're looking up and seeing that and the panic that's setting in.
Right.
But you just calmed them.
And here's the other thing, and I do not mind you guys borrowing whatsoever. I mean, again, you're not paying anything for this.
Yeah,
show.
we're in this together.
But now you have the knowledge of what it is. And so when your wife wakes up or comes into the room, or your significant other or spouse, ladies, if you're listening, your husband's still sacked out because he's a lazy, good-for-nothing fella. No, he's been working hard, for doggone's sake. Let him be. Whomever it is, you go to work today. Teachers, you're now armed with more information. You can win their respect by saying, "Oh, no worries. That's just Venus and
it's just
Regulus."
A conjunction,
it's
a
conjunction.
It's a conjunction junction.
It's where
and
the
now
moon,
you know what its function
Venus
is.
and Regulus all get together.
And it looks like one big light
big
when it's
giant
not.
light.
It's really a trifecta.
Correct.
The glow of three.
Yeah, you know me. Speaking of the glow last night, Raj, the Buffalo Bills glowed brightly. They moved to 3-0. And I know that Miami ends up on the short end of the stick. They're 0-3. Coachy McWeird.
He is a strange bird.
He's a strange cat. And again, I just can't imagine him getting in a locker room and getting guys stirred up to go run through a brick wall. But they played well enough to win last night.
They did. And
it was 21-21.
Yeah.
And they were getting the ball back. And granted, it was going to be on the 1-yard line where the punt was down on their own 1-yard line. But they gave Buffalo an extra possession by running into the punter. And next thing you know, the Bills, of course, with the MVP, take advantage of that, score a touchdown, 28-21. And then Tua trying to lead his fellows back, get all the way down inside the red zone of Buffalo. And he's picked up by Terrell Bernard at about the 17-yard line.
And that's where the difference is in the fourth quarter for me. One team has Josh Allen, the other has Tua. Nothing. It's just Josh Allen is elite.
He is, and he only it was only like 217 yards he threw for, but it was like that was a good 217 yards.
But he felt in control.
He did, and he moved the pocket around, moved the chains a couple of times. He
took
just
what was given to him.
There were a couple of times they went 3 and out, but it wasn't like that.
They panicked. Yeah,
it was like well, if they don't get it next time, they will the next time.
If they stay healthy, they're definitely one of my favorites to get to the Super Bowl.
And that's the thing, Raj. They weren't healthy last night on defense. They were missing 2 studs. And
luckily,
then
it was
lost
Miami
another one
at home.
But their defense came through enough. The offense came through enough. I tell you, the tight end in the NFL has, if you don't have 2 really good ones, then you're behind everyone else.
That and the fullback has reemerged as important as they were when we grew up.
Sure, and a lot of teams use that third tight end now for a fullback or an H-back.
Blocker.
Like the Hawes kid for Buffalo, he'll line up, I think, in the backfield a couple of times. But he caught a touchdown pass last night. He's also one of the blocking tight ends. And if you don't have 3, one that's more particularly the run blocker, extra tackle, or H-back or fullback, like you said,
one that's
Raj,
a better catcher.
and then one that's fleet of foot that can catch it, and the other one who's fast enough for a tight end, but is your Jason Witten turn around, give me a first down guy.
Yeah.
You're behind the sticks already. And the Bills have that.
Yeah, they do.
They really do. And the Dolphins don't. And I think that's one of the reasons why Tua, he's got the speed to throw to, but he gets the ball out quicker than any quarterback. So last time I checked, Raj, if you're getting the ball out of your hands in 2.2 seconds, that didn't even give time for Tyreek Hill, as fast as he is, to get too far down the field.
Not even break his route.
And so it's a weird offense that they've had to stumble into because of the number of injuries they've had on the offensive line. But last night it was all Buffalo at the end, 31-21. They made the plays to get it done. Didn't cover, but they did keep the Survivor folks alive who chose Buffalo, including yours, Mooley, over here. Barely Moving also adds in. Bears might be down bad this year, but at least we're not Dolphins down bad. That is also true. Did I say that was Beer Run that sent us one of the first ones? I think I called, might have said Bear Run, but Beer Run. Thank you, Beer Run. And thank you, Fist Pump. And thank you, Coach Bach, for making us aware of the not apocalyptic-looking sight outside. It's just conjunction. Regulus and Venus have gotten close enough to each other in the morning sky to where it looks like one giant ball.
And Sirius would be involved with him, but he's stuck in Azkaban.
He's in Azkaban. When we come back, we got your LSU update, and we begin our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations with a man with a plan who's got another tough game on tap tonight. It's Calvary's Rodney Guin. Our show is presented every day by Alsco.com, Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. The early riser portion of the show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Back right after this. We appreciate Sports World bringing you the early riser portion of our show every day from 6 until 7. They're opening their doors a little bit after that. Give them some wakey time. But when they're there, you know you're getting the ultimate sports professionals at Sports World, 8809 Joella. We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport, we've got the world for it. Sports World, they control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
Skent-N-Dent has been around here in Shreveport-Bossier for just about 12 years. 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway, 318-869-2023. The Hill Brothers, Devin and Rance. Man, these guys know it inside and out. The business of getting you appliances and furnishings that may have just a slight little cosmetic defect, a little scratch, a little dent, but up to 50% savings over the big box stores. Why would you go anywhere else other than Skent-N-Dent? 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway. Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport-Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World. Our show is presented every day by Alsco, 318-636-0404, taking care of your uniform needs, linens, uniforms, and so much more. Time now for your River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery LSU update, rivercitieslighting.com. Light fixtures for every room in the house. Every room in the house. Plus every situation you need outside. That's right. They've got outside light fixtures. They've got indoor light fixtures. For 13 years, they've been bringing bright ideas to the table every day. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. So Brian Kelly, radio show last night. Thanks again to Scott over at dandydon.com for doing a nice job of kind of grabbing all this and putting in a nice little composite form here. And I'm with Scott on this. Brian Kelly brought up an interesting stat, prefacing it by saying, nobody's going to believe me, but at this time last year, LSU's offense had 39 plays of 15 yards or more. That's the exact same number they've had this year. I mean, I haven't done the research. I'm trusting Brian Kelly not to sit there and feed us a line of bull crap, on the live radio show. 39 plays of 15 yards or more last year. This year, the exact same number through the same number of games. He said, I think you're going to see even more of that as we get more balance between run and pass. He also mentioned that one of the reasons why Garrett Nussmeier will play tonight, he said, well, because he's feeling good finally. Holding him back now would not be the right move. He explained that LSU had a limit of what they did with him over the first 3 to 4 weeks, but this was his best week of practice, and that Nussmeier is excited to play because he feels so much better. So there you go. Trades Green, still questionable for tomorrow's game against Southeastern. Linebacker West Weeks is doubtful, still has a calf sprain. Again, why would you play either one of them? Doesn't look like they either will play, even though Trades Green has practiced, and they threw to him a little bit during yesterday's workouts, but he's still listed as questionable. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. River Cities Lighting, at your service for 13 years for light fixtures inside the house, outside the house, and all over the house. rivercitieslighting.com. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Appliance and Furniture Coaches Conversation, it's good old Rodney Guin, head coach of the Calvary Cavaliers. Hey, Rodney, how you doing, buddy?
Morning, Fletch. Good.
Man, oh, man. I know we talk about it every year, the way that you guys take off at least the first 2, 3, 4 games of the season typically are against some big bad boys of high school football, and it begins, yet again for you this week, taking on Franklin Parish a week after the Neville game. Rodney, the Neville Tigers got the best of you last week, but like you've been able to show us and prove to us many times over, there's stuff to have learned that you've learned about your guys and positive steps made last week, I assume. What were those positive steps made?
Yeah, the game looked bad at the end, but, it was a one-score game late in the third quarter. And actually, we were ahead in the third quarter, 14-7. But, we competed well. Defensively, I thought we played really, really well. We, for the first three quarters of the game, we just shut their run game down completely. And, we had 3 picks in the first half or 2 in the first half, 1 early in the second. And, so we played well. I told Coach Miller at halftime, I said, look, I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the game, but this right here is so positive for us.
Wow.
Just being able to line up and stop the run game against a team like that. And so, yeah, there's a lot of positives out of it. And like I said, they scored too late on us. But, it was a 24-14 game in the fourth quarter, and, we just got tired. We're kind of short on bodies right now, and, they just kept sending them in there at us. And we got tired at the end and, had some kids and another couple kids out, that didn't play. And but we played hard. We played hard, and, again, 90% of the teams in the state aren't going to win when they go there. So that's not, that's not something that, bothered me a whole lot because we did compete well.
Well, it sounds like that, you are still kind of ticking off the boxes to accomplish the goals you want this team to have. Of course, there are a lot of teams that want to end up in the Dome. A lot of teams want to practice Thanksgiving. A lot of teams also know that's not a realistic opportunity, unfortunately. But for you guys, you've proven that it is. And I think the big question marks for a lot of us on the outside was how do you replace a record-setting quarterback like you had with Abram Wardell. But I think a lot of people probably said, well, how are you going to replace the Liddy kid, And so you keep on just putting these kids out there. How has that gone, though, as far as just replacing not just your quarterback spot, but other senior spots from last year that have been taken over by either kids who were backups or kids who were not even in the two deep last year that are getting significant time for you, Rodney? How advanced and how far along are those kids right now? And are they at the level you want them to be 3 weeks into the season?
They've came along well. And again, it's when you're replacing so many kids, we have to preach to them every day to understand that, and I told them one day this week, this thing will click for us at some point this year. I don't know when it will be. It may be week 7 or 8 before everything just gets going, with these new kids. We lost our free safety the other night on the second play of the game on defense. And so then we had to run another young guy out there to play. But the kid played extremely well. He had a pick for the night, and I didn't even plan on him playing in that game. And now this week he's got a bigger role, because of what he did last week. So, yeah, they're coming along fine. The quarterbacks are coming along fine. We threw the ball for 170, 180 yards. Huglon had a big game. And, again, it's kind of hard to see sometimes early in the year because of who we play. But, I tell our kids all the time, success early in the year is relative to scheduling a lot of times. Mm-hmm. And, there's some teams in our division, for example, that are sitting there 2-3-0 right now and realistically probably aren't in the top 15 or 20. And so, but, yeah, we're coming on. We're progressing well, and we had a great week of practice. And, this week will be just like last week. These guys are super, super talented. And, so it's going to be a chore for us. But we'll get, we're going to play hard, and we'll get positives out of this one also.
Home opener tonight for Calvary, taking on Franklin Parish, and it's not just any 4A school. They're the team that right now is ranked number 1 in Class 4A, coming off again against a game against powerful Neville in Week 2. Franklin Parish has gotten up there, again, the respect of the sports writers around. The power rankings will reveal it as well, that they're going to be one of the top teams in the state. What's Franklin Parish known for this year so far, Rodney?
Well, they look just like Neville when they get off the bus. I mean, they got those big kids, and the quarterback's an LSU commit. Matter of fact, LSU's going to be at the game tonight watching him. He'll be a DB in college probably. He plays both ways for Franklin, but big tall kid that can really, really run. And, I think they got 2 D linemen that are, 6'5", about 270, 280. One's committed to Michigan State, I think. And, they're just so athletic and big size-wise. Coach Burnett's done a great job of getting those kids to stay there at Franklin Parish and play. And, I sent some film to Dennis this week down in North Dakota. I said, it's going to be y'all and these guys,
Really?
So start taking a look at them as early as you can because, them in North Dakota may be the best 2 teams in that division.
Really? So, they stand out that much to you, huh? What about on defense, Rodney? What do they do that kind of clamps down on folks?
Yeah, they're just so big up front. Like I said, we went over there last year and played. We're down 28-0 in the second quarter. And, the defensive end I'm talking about, he picked the ball off with one hand and ran it back 70 yards for a touchdown on us last year. They look like college football players when they get off the bus. And, and again, they play very hard. He's got them bought into what they wanted. They know this is their year to really, really win. And, so they are at it 100%.
So what's the expectation for your kids as far as – I know you don't seem to really at least kind of say, hey, guys, this is a must-win. I've never heard you say something like that. More improvement, all that good stuff. But what kind of showing do you want to see out of your kids tonight?
Well, just like last week, we want to go and compete. And like I said, we're ahead in that game last week, 14-7 in the third quarter. So, we just ran out of gas. Hopefully tonight we got a few kids back. They can play a little bit tonight. So, hopefully we can keep them a little fresher. And, last year we played them. We turned the ball over a bunch in the first half. And, so we can't do that for sure. And, we almost came back and won that game last year. They beat us 32-28, I think, something like that. But, we just got to continue to get better at what we do. We need to be able to run the ball a little bit tonight, which we couldn't do against Neville. They shut our run game down, completely. So, it made it difficult for us. But, hey, we always think we have a chance to win. And these games are fun, and I tell our kids, we may play them 10 times, and I don't know how many times we'll beat them, but if we ever do, it's going to be a huge deal. And, so that's why we love playing them.
And, of course, last week you made your way over to Arlington for the home opener for the Cowboys. Dak played lights out. It was an entertaining game for everybody in the viewing area, that got to see it, and for those in the stadium, I assume, as well. Rodney, again, I know this is a dead horse has been beaten. I've never seen a team that needed a field goal to tie the game run a draw play at midfield to get your kicker, 1 yard closer or whatever, as opposed to trying to get down to the 35. They were like, no, we're good. We'll just get it here at the 48 or whatever. Have you ever seen anything like the way that Aubrey kid is able to kick the ball? I mean, it blows me away how easily he gets it done.
Yeah, I have. And I told Tracy at the game, I said, these guys just ran a 2-yard run play to set up a 64-yard field goal. I said, and they had like 10 seconds left. I mean, they could have thrown the ball, I guess, and got another 10. And they had timeouts.
Yes.
They could have thrown it, got another 8 to 10 yards. But, hey, they ran it over to the middle of the field for a 64-yard game-tying field goal, which is just crazy to me. But that guy's just something else. I texted Dak after the game. I said, you need to tell Mr. Jones to franchise tag that guy. That'd be the first in history to franchise a kicker. But I tell you what, it's nice when you get down to midfield and you think, okay, we're going to get 3 anyway.
And think about it. Now in the rules, if you kick the ball in the end zone, you get the ball in the 35, all the Cowboys have to do is basically get 1 first down on any drive in there within getting points every single time.
I know.
It is
20. Yeah, 20 yards. If they get 20 yards, they're going to have a chance to get points. And so, yeah, it's crazy. I just, I don't know. Used to a 50-yard field goal was a huge deal, and now that's like an extra point to these guys. So
I saw something yesterday, Rodney, from a game probably back in the 80s, I guess, maybe 90s. And I forget, Raphael Septien might have, whenever he was kicking, kicked a 45-yard field goal, and it barely crossed the crossbar. And the announcers, it was like Vern Lundquist and someone else, like we're talking CBS main broadcast, were going crazy. Oh, my goodness, a 45-yard field goal. The Rams take the lead. You're like, what? That doesn't make any sense.
One thing, too, that if you watch these kickers now, some of these guys are tremendous athletes. They're not, they're not just little bitty guys like you used to see out there kicking. I mean, some of these kickers are 6'4", 6'5", just good-looking athletes also. And I don't know if they're just that much bigger and stronger than what kickers used to be, or I don't know.
I don't know either. The mechanics are better. Well, one thing that they have done, Rodney, is they've allowed the kickers, they give them 12 balls at the beginning of the season, and the kickers are able to work those however they want to, as opposed to just kicking with the game balls like they were kicking here in the recent years. So now these kickers are able to kind of doctor these things up and oil them, or, put some skunk oil on them, vegetable oil, whatever you want to do to them, and kind of cook them to where they get a little bit more distance on them. So I'm like, well, that might have something to do with it, but still, that kick would have been good from 70, 75 yards. It
did. It would have. Yeah, it was through the.
It didn't nestle over
through
the
there
bar.
by a little, and it was like a line drive kick too. He didn't kick it as high as he normally does.
It was something.
It was just like whistling through there.
Right.
But
and the last thing I gotta ask, as a guy who's seen Dak for as long as you have, do you see in this last week, for instance, against the Giants, he took off running one time, did a nice job moving the chains, picked up some nice yardage. And I'm watching that, I'm like, all right, I know that's not the same thing as 2017 Dak. I get that. But he's still moving pretty good. And I just started wondering, like, how much do we think Dak is, less than his 100% self whenever he was, 27 years old or whatever, his peak physical condition that he could possibly be. Where do you think he is on that chart? Because we know that he's not at his peak because age and injuries take a toll. But how close to him being at his peak do you still think he is when he's healthy right now?
I think he's close. I think what you don't see is like the elusive running. When he runs now, it's more straight ahead. Let's get what we can get. But I tell you, Sunday it looked like he was playing with so much confidence.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
The confidence just seemed to be. And they've got some weapons. Those receivers are good. I'm telling you, they got some good receivers. And, so I think he's just playing with a lot of confidence. But, yeah, he looked good running the ball. That was a big run he had in overtime to get them down there.
Sure was.
To do that. So, playing with a lot of confidence. They got to be able to cover somebody. That's where they're kind of struggling right now. I think maybe our passing game could get well against them. But,
it didn't look good, man.
Yeah, so, hopefully they can win this week. That Packers game will be crazy next Sunday night.
It will.
If they can go to Chicago and win.
If they get to 2-1, and then, that could be pretty doggone fun next Sunday night because anytime you bring in the Packers and the Cowboys, there's a lot of fun, little recent history in that matchup that gets a lot of folks fired up. Rodney Guin and the Calvary Cavaliers will be hosting the number one team in Class 4A, according to the LSWA. Franklin Parish comes over with some studs. The quarterback/DB, Desirian Ellis, is a superb athlete, someone to keep an eye on, but we'll see if the Calvary Cavaliers can give them a little taste of a little local medicine here. Rodney, always appreciate your time, buddy, and best of luck to your kiddos tonight.
All right, thank y'all.
See you, Rodney. 6:49 the time, Rogers. We'll take a quick timeout. That was more of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation. 814 Shreveport Barksdale, their beautiful showroom full of appliances and furniture that is marked down significantly over their big box stores because they might have just a small blemish, a little dent here and there, whatever. Some you can't even see. It's just amazing. Early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. We're also presented by Alsco, alsco.com. Fist pump. Ringgold and Glenbrook with a shootout last night. 85 points. Signed off the radio show at 10:15. 31 penalties. Ooh. Yeah. So, and Coach Bach wanted to know when's the last time one of those kids had an interception, I guess, in the Cowboys secondary. I don't know, but it's been a minute. Diggs is not quite doing the same thing he was doing 3 years ago, is he? 6:50 the time. When we come back, we keep on trucking, buddy. We head down to Coshada for Travis Gary, the head coach of the Red River Bulldogs, right after this. There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the number one Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado,
that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland, 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
We are back. Our show presented by Alsco, 318-636-0404. Taking care of the entire state, though. Lafayette, they've got you down there as well, alsco.com. When it comes to facility care, uniforms, first aid, and so much more, alsco.com. Early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132, your local uniform pros since 1973. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the Red River Bulldogs, who picked up a win last week. Congratulations to Travis Gary. His first win as a head coach with a 2014 win over St. Mary's. Good morning, Coach. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing great. How you doing?
We're A-okay, buddy. So how did it kind of materialize as the game wore on and the clock struck zero? What goes through your mind at that point in time?
Well, initially what went through my mind is we have to do better. But as the week went on, as it kind of settled in, the only thing that matters is we came out with the win. So I was happy that we did come out with the win. Because at the end of the day, when you look at the win and lose column, the only thing that matters is what's on the left side. So I was happy about the win.
We did get a chance to visit with you after the game last week. The number of folks that texted you and all that good stuff. You got to clean up some things, that you want to attack and start faster and all that good stuff. I get that. After you looked at the film, what's something that kind of stood out to you as far as like, oh, we did this a little bit better than I thought we did?
We played a lot more efficient than I thought we did. We just didn't finish drives. That was the main thing. We had some mental errors, but we just didn't finish the drives, and we lacked intensity. That's the two things that stood out on film. We got to start finishing drives, and we have to bring a lot more intensity, especially today.
Especially today, because you're taking on an Oak Grove squad that is they're big, they're mean, they got a long-standing tradition of excellence, and you're going to their place, which is not an easy place to play at whatsoever. What is it that Oak Grove does that is the biggest concern for you and your coaching staff?
We just have to match that physicality. Like you said, they're going to be tough and mean, and they have the championship pedigree, so you're going to have to go in ready for a fight. So I think they're going to come out physical and just try to physically dominate us, and we got to be able to withstand that.
How do you try to replicate what they do in practice? Because you can replicate what the lineup looks like. You can replicate the tree route, the passing routes and all that good stuff. You can have the running back go through the B gap like they typically would, but you can't replicate the size. And as you the key phrase today, the intensity and the physicality that Oak Grove brings to the table. So how are you attempting to at least replicate that in practice?
So we started going faster in practice. So since they're big and we're fast, we're going to try to get them moving around, get them out of their comfort zones. And the only way I can prepare them is let them know there's going to be a boxing match. Who going to be able to take the most? So they going to hit you, and you're not going to be used to it. But will you be able to stand there and throw back is the question. So I think our guys prepared to throw their licks back, throw their punches back. So I think we're going to be okay. That's the only thing I can give them to replicate that, because you won't know how it feels until you're in it.
It's almost, we had our hockey boys in here yesterday, a couple of big hockey players. Of course, the Mudbugs open their home portion of the schedule tonight and tomorrow as well. And they've got one of the kids, Remy, he's like 6'3.5", 6'4", about 230 pounds. I think he just walks around, he just maintains a black eye because he fights. He gets into the corners with everybody. He has to be that bruising kind of guy. Do you have anybody on the Red River Bulldogs defense or on that offensive line you can kind of look at and go, that's our guy, that's our goon, that's our big guy, that's our guy that he may end up with a black eye, but you don't want to see what the other guy looks like because this kid's pretty doggone tough. Who do you have that kind of fits that mold for you?
Yeah, we actually have two, and they're actually not even the biggest guys. But if they're on the field, if they have a black eye, I hate to see the other person. And that'll be Nathaniel Byrd and Ethan Lopez. So they're our two safeties, so they're going to be running the alleys this week. So they're not the biggest, but they definitely going to fight you.
And they're your thumpers at the back there. How much do they have to participate in the run stopping tonight?
Oh, they're going to be a big part of the run stopping because they're going to be the ones that are able to send the message. The defensive line does their job. They send it all to the linebackers and safeties, and the safeties getting a running start. So you got to be able to send a message.
How physical do you like to see practices get, Coach, during the week at this time?
I love to see a physical practice. I like my guys we take care of each other, we keep each other up. But if you come downhill and strike somebody a few times, I am perfectly fine with that. That lets me know that you're preparing your teammates and you're preparing yourself for Friday.
What was it like when you were playing? Wasn't it kind of like that as well in practice?
Oh yeah, that I was telling my guys that the other day. I was telling them, like, when I was running the ball at practice, you can ask anybody that played with me. It was either them or me, and it wasn't going to ever be me. So practice was like it was a full game every time I ran the ball.
That's the mentality you got to have right there, Travis. If it's going to be you or me, it ain't going to be me. So that leaves only one person, exactly. I guess. It's going to be you. So, yeah, I like that philosophy, buddy. That'll work every time. A nice win last week to get off to get that first career win for I tell you, Travis, it's just happy for you. I know the folks down there are ecstatic as well. It's such a great place to play football, a great place to be in Coshada with the beautiful facilities. Heading, though, a good little road trip. How long does it take you guys to get to Oak Grove from Coshada?
Right at 3 hours.
Holy moly. This is the longest trip you got all year, isn't it? Well, yeah, because White Castle comes.
Well, no, we had Catholic upon compete was like the exact thing, 2 hours and 55 minutes.
Good grief. Well, shout out to the bus drivers tonight, man. Stay alert, and watch out for those deer and all that good stuff. Coach, safe travels over there, and hope your boys play hard. And, man, let's see old Nathaniel Burton and Ethan Lopez go out there and get this party started right for you guys, buddy. We'll be checking in on you and always appreciate your time. And I swear, I sure hope your kids play real hard for you tonight, Travis.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Coach Box says he ain't getting. He hit me with 2nd and 82. Yeah, that's pretty funny. 7 o'clock is the time. That wraps up our early riser portion of the show, brought to you by Sports World. We move into the cleanup hour, presented by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Our Coaches Conversations are brought to you by Skent-N-Dent Appliances and Furniture. Our little radio show also is brought to you by GBT, the great banking team when it comes to your banking needs. It's so nice to have GBT on your side. If you're a GBT customer, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They care for you. They know you. They want you to be successful. They want to help in any way they possibly can. They're good folks. They'll take care of you as well. They've got all the banking apparatus and stuff you need possible. The main thing they bring to the table, customer service. And we'll be back right after this. Hester, I was doing some math the other day.
All right.
I think there have been over 1 million people who have been serviced by Sports World in some shape, form, or fashion in their 50 years of existence.
Okay, I can go along with that.
Are you among that million?
Absolutely.
Aren't we all?
We are.
Do you remember your mouthpieces from Sports World?
Absolutely. Boil
Shin
them and cut them.
guards. Oh, dude.
All that stuff.
The tasty stuff.
Yeah.
Sports World's been around for athletes for 50 years. They'll be around for another 50. Sports World celebrating 50 years.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenamemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
We've all seen the smiling face for Goodwill Industries, but do we know what Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana is actually doing in our community? Did you know they provide janitorial services, groundskeeping services, switchboard operators? They also have employees at state offices and libraries, at the federal courthouse, the VA, and the private sector as well, right here in Shreveport-Bossier, with accounting, payroll, HR, IT, maintenance, and so much more. Yeah, they've got the retail centers, and yeah, they've got 6 job centers, but they do so much. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope all is well. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton. Adam Hester's here. He was here, and he's walked back out. I'm here. We're in the cleanup hour presented by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. 7:03, so they're 57 minutes away from Fuzzy's opening at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos. Our show presented by Alsco, alsco.com. If you have any needs at your workplace of things to be cleaned or things to be replaced as far as supplies, Alsco can take care of it. 636-0404. Time now for an SEC update. It is brought to you by our friend Bo Harris. Bo is a former Shreve Gator, LSU Tiger, Cincinnati Bengal legend. He wants more than anything to help you come up with an investment game plan. Whatever it is that is on your mind as you're lying wide awake at 2 o'clock in the morning contemplating your financial future, he wants to help tackle that problem that is keeping you restless and worried. One way to tackle that is with a trusted professional financial advisor, Bo Harris Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at the old SEC schedule a little bit closer, shall we? So, Arkansas and Memphis kick off at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Arkansas is favored now more than they were at the beginning of the week. I don't understand that. Arkansas went from being a 6.5-point favorite to a 7.5-point favorite against a Memphis team that runs the ball really well. And, oh, by the way, they're undefeated. Memphis has the 13th best offense, according to PFF, for whatever that's worth. They run the ball 54% of the time. And they have an EPA per run of 0.2, which is 0.2 better than the average team. Arkansas, 0.29. Of course, where Arkansas comes back into play is Arkansas can throw the ball really well with Tyron Green, so good enough to make a difference? I don't know. I wouldn't trust Arkansas being a favorite in Memphis to save my life. UAB and Tennessee kick off at 11:45 on the SEC Network. By the way, Arkansas and Memphis on ABC at 11 a.m. I know, big boys. Tennessee favored by 39. Tulane and Ole Miss, that has gone from an Ole Miss favored by 12.5 to where they are now favored by 13.5. I think Tulane's going to give them more than 4 there. Auburn and OU, Oklahoma, the line hasn't moved that much, 6.5 to 7-point favorite now at this end of the week. Mississippi State has maintained a 21.5-point spread over Northern Illinois. Mizzou and South Carolina. Mizzou has gone from being a 13.5-point favorite to 9.5 points. That tells me that Lenore Sellers must be playing in this game. Vandy favored by 27.5. Florida is a 9.5-point underdog at Miami. That's moved 2 points in the favor of the Hurricanes. And Texas favored by 39.5 against Sam Houston. Adam Hester will see that game in person. And that's your SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo knows dough. Bo Harris, good dude. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris, WM.com, 318-670-3101. Located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the Captain Shreve Gators, Jeremy Wilburn. Good morning, Jeremy. How you doing?
Morning, boys. Y'all doing all right?
Doing all right, man. Nice win last week over the Huntington Raiders, a game that was really competitive there for a good long time, Jeremy. Halftime locked up at 21-all. Something happened, though, in the second half. You guys were able to do enough to pick up the win. What was the big difference there, especially in that second 24 minutes?
There was probably some game flow things that got to them on the other side, and kind of allowed us some stuff that we had kind of not necessarily executed real well in the first half to start hitting in the second half. It wasn't necessarily different things. It was just cleaning up some items here and there, and we were real close in the first half to probably having 35 or 42, and just missed a block here, took an angle there, bounced the ball a little too wide here or there, and should have gotten vertical. And when we did those things in the second half, it started putting points on the board to the point where it was a good rhythm we got into, and I thought that we'd carried the same plan over and just kind of cleaned it up in the second half more than anything else.
Cleaning up things in the second half. One way you can clean things up if you have a couple of two-headed monster there at the running back position. Jamarcia Plater, 163 yards. Gabe Lockett, 172 yards on 16 carries. Jamarcia on 29 carries. So I'm from Arkansas, Coach, and so that's 45 note totes between two fellas. That's a lot of punishment for somebody trying to tackle those cats. How much did that kind of play a part in the second half of them just wearing people down?
A big part. A big part. And I think that anybody it's, going back to the days of the McFadden and Felix, you get those guys that are just, they can do different things well. They're not the same back, but they're both explosive in their own way. And I think that they bring kind of a good 1-2 punch to the table as far as how the defensive guys have to play them. You got to be really, really sound. And, if you blink for a second, they can be out the front gate. And it's a heck of a tool for us to have. And those guys are starting to kind of come on their own right now. And that's what I really kind of saw in the second half, was I'm starting to listen to some of the things we've been asking them to do specifically at that spot, and hit certain spots we wanted them to hit, certain cuts we wanted them looking for. And they started executing that and kind of falling into that role a little bit better. And that was when stuff started popping really well for us.
Of course, Plater is much more known, I guess, in the area to a lot of folks around here just because he's been mentioned so heavily over the last couple of years. He's a Wake Forest commit as well, so he's a high D1 recruit. What about Gabe Lockett? Maybe not as known, but doggone it, kids gets it done. Well, what's special about this young man?
Yeah, he'll be known. I can promise you that. He'll go to somebody will see him take his pads off after his run for 175 and 3 touches one week, and then he'll be known real quick after that night's over with. But he's a stud, man. He's just a great kid. They love each other and have fun picking on each other every day, and it's a great kind of a camaraderie and brotherhood and competitiveness between those two in the running back room and in our huddle. And so, they're always wanting this player, that player. If I put a new play in, coach, you gonna run that? It's always that kind of a deal with them. When you have two guys that are just that competitive level, it's a fun environment to be in as a coach and as a player. So he'll be known. I promise you, it won't be long for him to be known.
And a lot of times when you have a pair of running backs, you like to have a little thunder and lightning, someone that brings the boom and someone that brings the quick strike. Is there a thunder and lightning, or are they both lightning, or are they both thunder, or both a little bit of everything?
No, I think there's thunder and lightning. I think back in the day when you and I were a little younger, we were thunder and lightning was a true thunder and lightning. That thunder was really just a straight downhill guy. I mean, Gabe's not by any means that, and Plater's definitely not by any means a one-trick pony outside. So I don't want to shortchange either one of those guys by calling them that. But in my view, I've kind of got a little thunder, I've got a little lightning, but I'm not scared to call every play with both of them. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a fun dynamic. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely Gabe's got a bigger build to him just naturally. So, he was actually standing in our JV game the other day with his hair down on one of the little Nike skull caps and looking away from me, and he looked like a baby LJ Prudhomme from last year that's up at Arkansas now. And I said, "Good Lord, man," because LJ used to play running back when he was a pup. So I said, "Man, this looks like a baby LJ from mine." But yeah, he's just a big old boy, and he's working hard, man. He's trying to take everything he can, soak everything he can from Plater, and learn everything Plater's learned. And it's an awesome group of boys right there to kind of watch and hear work together. So it's fun.
It's that sounds like a good idea to me. So with thunder and lightning, how about we could have the Captain Shreve storm warning backfield or storm team, something, because they bring a little bit of all the elements to the table there, man. Something like that. This week, taking on a Natchitoches Central team that I'm telling you, and I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here. The Owen Smith kid is a superb athlete, and he can flat out fling it. Last week threw for over 330 or so, I believe. They've got some kids, They have some kids. Jordan Carpenter, Samaj Thomas. What do you see when you see Natchitoches Central, the Brad Laird coach team that you're facing tonight?
They're more competitive now than they were a year ago in every phase. I mean, that's what you expect out of a guy getting into his second year. Are they more consistent across the board? And Owen's a special kid. I mean, he's fun to watch. We've got quarterbacks our first 6 weeks of the season that are all mobile quarterbacks, and he's had the guy from Connor Kid from Washita, had the kid Huntington last week, got Owen this week, and have Malachi next week. I mean, it's just going to keep going. Chase Maryline and Pop. I mean, it's just one after another from mobile quarterbacks. But Owen does a really good job. He always has. He's been very, very slippery in the pocket, and I think he's getting his eyes downfield and keeping them downfield to get the ball out downfield on the throw more now than he used to as a younger quarterback. So that makes him more lethal. And anytime you play those kind of guys, I mean, it's a hard task for a defensive group. So it's not going to be our first week of doing this against a mobile quarterback, and hopefully we continue to take steps. We took one from week 1 to week 2, and hopefully we'll take one from week 2 to week 3 as far as getting some of our assignments and stuff cleaned up on that side when we play those kind of guys. They're tough, man. There's no way really just cut them down. It's kind of just containing them.
I think you hit the nail on the head. They just are a lot more competitive this year than they were last year, and that's more than they were the year before. So something good's cooking down there for Captain Shreve. You don't want it to boil over tonight, though. How healthy are you fellas heading into week 3 tonight?
Oh, we're about as healthy as you can be. I mean, we've got some guys that are nicked up that will be out for a little bit here and there, but just more so of us being cautious on some things and not trying to push through with it being so early in the season and call something that's more long term in nature after the fact. But we're pretty healthy. I mean, I'd say most starters are going to be in there tonight, if not all of the guys that we started the week with. So, we got some pups, got a lot of youth going. I mean, it's just a lot of guys, new starters that are playing this year, and man, they took a big step from Washita to Huntington. They've taken a big step hopefully this week to Huntington down to Natchitoches. We'll see. It's a fun time to be around them when they kind of grow that much. It's it'll be a scary at times, but you've got 2 or 3 more years with guys, and that's fun to do. It's always when you got that long-term future kind of outlook with them.
And of course, not only this, but you've also got some big athletic events tomorrow as well, with some 3-year-old, 4-year-old girl soccer that I'm sure you're also keyed up about.
Yeah, we'll dial that up tomorrow. We got those plays getting worked on the bus ride back, so I'll have to call Mark, see if he can help me a little bit on some things.
And just for the fact that your kiddo plays on the same squad as my granddaughter, and it's mostly, I think what confused them all last week is that every time the ball would go out of bounds or whatever, there'd be another ball thrown in the middle of the field, and they're like, which one are we hitting? Which one do we go kick?
Yeah.
They just go chase both of them. I'm like, let's get the other one picked up before we throw the other one out there.
I felt like a human pinball machine. Like I felt like one of the tabs. I kept like, every time I'd go out and I'd throw one back in.
I was like, wait there.
Surprise.
Margot's chasing that one now. Now she's chasing that one. I don't know which one I'm supposed to be following.
Yeah.
Whichever one goes in, I know we're counting. That's all that matters to me. Well, Coach, we hope your boys have a good time tonight and a nice, safe travel down to Turpin Stadium. Everyone comes out of this thing healthy against the big bad Brad Laird and the Natchitoches Central Chiefs. Should be a fun game tonight. Thank you so much, buddy.
I appreciate it.
You bet. Coach Sharp, who will be our correspondent tonight on Friday Football Frenzy, said, oh, yeah, look at him buttering up the host with McFadden and Felix name drops. It doesn't hurt, It doesn't hurt. He could have mentioned Peyton Hillis as well, who started the Madden curse, didn't he, basically?
No.
It was before Peyton Hillis?
Way before Peyton Hillis.
Okay.
Yep.
They just tried to break the mold with Peyton.
Exactly, yeah.
And that was the fault of the people. The people voted him on.
That's right. For his 1,030-yard season he had with the Browns. And that was it.
No, 1998, Garrison Hurst, severe ankle and leg injury in playoffs after being on the international cover of Madden NFL 99.
Okay, so it does go back a little bit further.
Definitely.
All right. 7:16 the time. Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour. Fuzzy's opens in 44 minutes, and I wish we had that kill clock in here so we'd know exactly how long it is before they open, but I think it's 44 minutes. Okay. Yes. Breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, getting it done. Chasing Aces, back at it tonight between 10 and midnight, another closest to the pin competition. I believe there's also some Chica is going to be out there tonight, I think. So, word to the warning, word to the wise, or warning to the well.
So we're sticking Chica out there and the closest to Chica.
Right, absolutely.
I'm showing up.
I bet you would.
We get to hit balls at Chica?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that's the case, Rod.
Okay.
But,
well,
yeah.
Dang it.
They will have, though, their big Friday night closest to the pin
All
situation
they can do is ask
going
you
on.
to leave.
Exactly. And don't forget tomorrow, this is awesome. Tomorrow at high noon, $10 per person, a dynamic duo putting tournament. Parent, child, couples, two-person scramble, whoever you want to get together. First place gets their putter of choice. Second place, a $100 gift card to Chasing Aces. Third place, free putting passes. Children must be 18 and under to put the kiddos in their account as a child. You can sign up online at chasingaces.golf or in the Chasing Aces Pro Shop. They have got you covered for some fun stuff all weekend long. The food is going to be flowing. The beer flowing like wine as well out of the taps. If you're looking for a place to watch the games tomorrow or celebrate the game after the high school games tonight or watch the NFL on Sunday, Chasing Aces. Hester, you saw the giant TVs there at the bar. Mm-hmm. Holy moly. And every bay that they have, the driving bays, have their own TVs. The home run dugout where we were in has their own TVs. It's just amazing. It really is. ChasingAces.golf. Set it up. Go out there tonight for the closest to the hole. Be there tomorrow for the putting tournament. We'll be back with Matthew Sewell of the Haughton Buccaneers as our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations continue right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
At some point, we're going to really experience a nice dip in temperatures, and it's going to stay the same. We can hope for that. We can count on that. We know it's going to happen. Things that you can count on, boy, isn't that a nice feeling? Just like with Glass Squatch. I know that if something unfortunate happens, here comes that rock, here comes that golf ball, here comes that whatever that object is flying towards my vehicle from the neighbor's yard. What did you mow over? What is that? Just know this, Glass Squatch mobile windshield repair will be there lickety-split. Free estimates, quick replacement. And remember, they will come to you, whether it's rock chip repairs, ADAS calibration. Spot the Squatch. Glass Squatch. Service so good you won't believe it's real. Mobile service is a call away. 318-82-GLASS, 318-824-5277.
Who knew that wallpaper is making a comeback? I tell you who knew, River City's Lighting. Yeah, the same folks who have your interior lighting, your exterior lighting, your wall accoutrement. They also have your wallpaper. River City's Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com. Live Oak Waste is here to take care of your trash every single day. Why are you worried about that? That is the last thing that should be on your mind. You've got a business to run, a school to take care of, a restaurant to take care of, a retail center. Why are you worried about your trash? Stop fretting. Just call Live Oak, 230-7125, 230-7125. Hit the website, liveoak-environmental.com. Live Oak Waste, bringing you the text line on the Tim Fletcher Show.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, 7:20 the time. Hambone here, Hester here. It's Friday, September 19th, game day, Friday Football Frenzy coming your way tonight, courtesy of Chevyland for the 13th straight year. 7 o'clock to 10:30 p.m. on 101.7 FM, 710 Keel. Friday Football
It's time. It's time. It's time. Friday Football Frenzy.
Powered by Chevyland yet again. Chevyland, the home of 2.9% financing on 2025 and 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s that are available to you right now at 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Chevyland.com. Truck month going on in September. 2.9% financing, once again, not just on 2025s, but 2026 Silverados at Chevyland. Joining us now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Haughton Buccaneers, it's Matthew Sewell. Good morning, Matthew. How you doing?
Good morning, Fletch. How are y'all?
I'm all right, buddy. Your work week is already done last night in the Parkway game. Got off to a good start, but then it kind of unraveled after that en route to a 66-21 loss to your buddy Coy Brotherton over at Parkway. So first, the start. Things went well right out of the chute. What went well?
Yeah, we've gotten off to a good start all year long. We scored. I think we scored in three plays in our first three games. So one thing we focused on going into the year was we got off to some bad starts last year. We had to get off to better starts offensively this year, and we've done that. And so, you know, we had a 67-yard touchdown pass from Weathersby to Brandon Craig. So we got off to a great start, made extra point 7-0, and then we made them drive a little bit, and they went down and scored, and then from there things kind of unraveled a little bit. We made a couple mistakes on offense, and they didn't make very many at all on offense. We kind of ran into a buzzsaw after that.
When you're looking at the points pile up there, how much of it is okay? Our defense can improve. And how much of it was their offense is just really kind of at a stage where some teams may not be at right yet?
Yeah, I think no matter what, no matter how well or how poorly you play, I think there's always room for improvement and for growth. So with that being said, yeah, there's no doubt. There's definitely things that we're not good enough at right now to beat a team as good as Parkway, and they're a really good team. They're super physical, very experienced, and they have a chance to win our league. So they're a very good football team.
Where right now is, I'm not saying what kids, obviously, or not necessarily even position group, but just an overall term of kind of reflection here, Matthew. Where do you really want to see this team kind of start showing up some improvement? Because obviously you talked about slow starts last year, buddy, you don't have them this year. So that's been fixed. What needs to be fixed most, pronto tanto moving forward for Haughton?
Right now we've got two really good options on offense that we can go to for production. Ethan Johnson, and he had another big game last night, and Brandon Craig had another big game too. So offensively, we really need another guy to kind of step up over there and give us some production. And then defensively, we just got to get more physical. In this league, you have to be physical, and we're not as physical right now as we need to be.
We were just talking, Travis down at Red River talked about needed more physicality, and he felt like his kids kind of brought it last week, and they're going to have it this week when they take on Oak Grove. How do you generate physicality in a team that hasn't quite shown it what you're looking for just yet? How do you try to help that come along?
Yeah. You know, I mean, it's tough, but it's just part of the process that you commit to every day. And you know, last week, I thought we were really physical, you know, in all aspects of the game, and this week, you know, not so much. And you know, sometimes it has to do, you know, it's just one of those things that's tough, Tim. I mean, it's something that you really kind of have to do in the off season and in practice every day, and it's stuff that we work on, but. You know, sometimes, especially when you have a young team, sometimes it takes a little bit to kind of what it really takes is to really kind of see what a really physical team looks like we saw last night, and you just have to tell them, like, you know, in order to be real good in this league, you have to be able to emulate that kind of physicality. You know, that's in all three phases, and so like I said, sometimes it takes. You can tell them all the time, and you can work it at practice and in the off season. Sometimes it just takes seeing it. Sometimes, you know, for it to click.
Matthew, we hear that term so much. Every coach, you know, and I bring it up too, you know, show more physicality. Got to get more physical. To someone who asks you, hey, coach, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like the kids are running towards tackling somebody and instead they hit the ground instead, or more physical on the offensive line, got to get a little bit angrier, nastier? What in Matthew Sewell's world does the term physicality mean on the football field for the Haughton Buccaneers?
Yeah, offensively it means generate movement up front. You got to be able to generate movement up front. You know, whether that's in single blocks or in double teams, and then blocking on the edge is kind of the biggest thing to me. Offensively is you have to be able to block on the perimeter, and that's the sign of a physical team to me. And then carrying the ball, you want to run through tackles, and we do a pretty good job of that. And then defensively, it's just you know, offensively, you want to generate movement. Defensively, you got to be able to generate some kind of a stalemate up front, and then you have 11 guys running to the football. And like I said, there's been at times this year where we've done that. You know, early on in the game last night, you know, kind of was not one of those times, you know, but you know, and again, we played one of the best teams in town, and they were firing on all cylinders last night too, and that has something to do with it as well.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that they've got a very capable kid at quarterback in Caleb, and I think that they've just got a system. You know, Coy's been there long enough to where they know what they're doing by the time they get there, you know, and so that's another reason why we love the idea of patience with some of these high school teams, college teams, and heck, even the NFL. Kind of hard to put it on a coach if you don't give them enough time to get it going, and Coy has got it going over there at Parkway. And last night the Haughton Buccaneers found out. But something's clicking with those first three plays, buddy. I mean, it's pretty uncanny what's happening offensively. We know y'all have the talent and all that good stuff, so hopefully it just kind of gets better and better and better. Next week you'll try your shot against Huntington out there between the pines on a lovely Friday night. So, Matthew, as always, appreciate your dedication, optimism. Keep on trucking, buddy. We'll holler at you again soon.
Thanks, Tim. Y'all have a good day.
You too, buddy. Matthew Sewell. I thought he did a very good job explaining what he considers physically, you know, the physical. Because, again, it's like, hey, we need to be better in space. Okay, what do you mean by that? I know what you kind of mean, but what do people who are new to the game, what do you mean by that? And when he says physical, we now know what he means by more physicality. And that's the thing. Got to be able to break tackles. And Hester, you've been in enough film sessions, and Rogers, our film sessions weren't quite as probably as electric as because it was so difficult getting film. And yeah, but even in your day, Hester, when you'd see a lack of effort or whatever, or 11 guys on defense not running the ball, that would, I assume Ronnie Alexander would not be pleased about that.
I watched him throw a remote through a TV once. Yeah.
Missing a tackle is one thing. Not running to the ball is another thing. And I'm not saying this just because we just talked with Matt. I'm not saying that the Haughton Buccaneers do that even. I'm just saying generally, I think that's the kind of stuff that drives more high school coaches crazy than anything.
For sure.
If you see anyone lollygagging on a play, no one likes a lollygagger.
No, they don't.
When we come back, we got your LSU update. We'll keep up with our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations with John Ware of Lakeside in just a wee bit. Our show is also brought to you by the wonderful human beings over at Rejuvenate Medical. They're not just online, they're down the street. in Piermont Mall, Suite 8, right across from the Gucci Brooksters offline, next to Chop Shop over on Azalea. RejuveMeMedical.com, 318-408-4080. Rejuve Medical, REJUVIME Medical.com. Trying to lose weight, having difficulty doing that? They could probably help you out. Low T, don't know how to address it, want to be able to talk to someone face-to-face that knows what they're talking about? Yeah, the nurse practitioner will go over your lab results with you and come up with a plan at Rejuve Medical. Low T, weight loss, they can take care of that at Rejuve Medical. 318-408-4080. Back with more of the show presented by Alsco. The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Over here in our little Tim Fletcher Show corner of the world, we are so appreciative of the fine folks over at Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, shining the spotlight on local athletes with our Player of the Week throughout the school year. Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com. GBT is the great banking team, 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. We know that when the air conditioner goes kaput, we call Accutem. When the heat's on the fritz, you call Accutem. The best way to get this whole thing started is when you begin to put in a new unit, just call Accutem. No more kaput, no more fritz. 861-2255.
The Hill brothers over at Skent-N-Dent are huge Mudbugs fans. They're huge football fans. They're basically fans of Shreveport-Bossier, and you know who's a fan of theirs? Shreveport-Bossier. It works both ways. Skent-N-Dent, up to 50% off on appliances, furnishings. Okay, it's got a little scratch. Can you see it? A little dent? I don't see it. Why would you care? Just collect the savings and enjoy Skent-N-Dent. 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway. Bell Brothers Lumber is your local lumber company located at 1321 Martin Lane, just northeast of Bossier High School, featuring hot shot delivery service. They will deliver your lumber hardware needs swiftly and efficiently to your doorstep at no extra charge. And if you have a surplus undamaged materials, they'll pick them up and give you a store credit in return. Spell Brothers Lumber, spellbroslumber.com, 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, 318-747-1194.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, Adam Hester. Alsco, supporting our show every single day. Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Uniforms, linens, first aid, facility care, and more. Time now for our LSU update. Coming at you courtesy of River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. RiverCitiesLighting.com. Yeah. River City's Lighting. They got lights for inside the house, outside the house, and all over the house. 2018 was the last time LSU played Southeastern in the modern era. LSU won 31-0, but punted 6 times. Were held scoreless in the second half inside their own stadium. 6:45 tonight, Saturday. They'll get together again. And this will give LSU an opportunity to show a little bit more offense, perhaps, right? Garrett Nussmeier going to play through the torso injury that he's been playing with the first few weeks, but he has had a better week of practice, been able to air it out a little bit more, and as we mentioned in the first hour, Brian Kelly said they've had exactly the same number of plays of 15 yards or more so far this year as they had last year. And he prefaced that by saying, I bet this is going to surprise you. And it did. It did. 39 plays of 15 yards or more so far. Deep throws this year, Nussmeier 4 for 13 for 132 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 pick. And that's passes of 20 yards downfield or longer. So, yeah. And the one deep ball down the left sideline against Tech that got picked off is the one that I think sure triggered it for me that something's wrong with that cat. And it did for a lot of people as well. Michael Van Buren should get some reps in this game as well because LSU should be able to push this thing down the road some. So far, LSU is hitting 41% of their third downs. That's 70th in the country. Hester, that's got to get better.
Right.
And one way to do it is to go about 8 for 11. Every single, this week would be a great way to get that started. LSU, 17 of 41 on third downs. Oof.
Not good.
Nope. Don't forget, game tomorrow, 6:45. Pregame will start around 4:45 with former Loyola Flyer Hunt Palmer taking control of that. Heading into the booth with Chris Blair and former Evangel Eagle and brother of Adam, Jacob Hester, for the call, and afterward, back out to Hunt Palmer for the postgame, all right here on 1130 The Tiger. Our LSU updates are brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana, rivercitieslighting.com. When it comes to your light fixture needs, they have got you covered every single way possible. River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Lakeside Warriors. It's good old JW, John Ware. Hey, John Ware, how you doing?
Good. What's up, fellas?
Not much, man. How's the work week been for the Lakeside Warriors this week?
It's been good. It's been good. We got some work done. We got back in there and started working hard again. So, it's just with youth and experience, you just kind of, take it what it is and go on, try to get better at what you're doing, and get good film from the week before and break the things you need to correct.
All right, that sounds like things are going about the way that typical work week would go in a high school football situation. Last week, Lakeside, of course, came up just short in a 32-29 loss to LaSalle. John, when did this take us through the last few 8 minutes or so of this game? How close were the Lakeside Warriors to being 2-0?
I mean, we were ahead, and we just couldn't. It was one of them nights where just about everything, that could go the other way went the other way. All the calls, I think we had 115 yards of penalties. They had 10 yards total of penalties.
10?
And we got 10. Yeah, they had 10 yards of penalties, and we had 115. So, how I feel about that. That's all I'm going to say. But that ain't had nothing. But let me say this: that ain't had nothing to do with us losing either. We made mistakes that were preventable. But like I said, they were a part of that too, and they played. They had 2 or 3 linemen that didn't play in the first couple of games that were in there that we hadn't seen on offense, and they were just the quarterback was really good. I knew that going into it, and they hadn't run him a whole bunch up until that point, and so it's just one of them nights, and went there first time on the road, 2-hour trip, stop mate pregame and all that stuff with a bunch of youngins, and I don't know that we handled all that real well, but that's part of the process too. So it's just It was one of them games that I felt like, there's some that you go into, okay, we lost, and then there's some that you go, man, we blew that, and that's what that felt like to me. So it's been a while since I felt like that, overall, but like I said, it's just you look out there, man, and you understand why, even though in your head you're going, this can't happen, but you understand why too.
Yeah. You've been doing this a long time. Usually you're able to kind of solve these type of things. Coaches who've been around the block a while. How's John Ware and the coaches going to solve this thing as quick as possible?
I just, like I said, trying to get more consistent daily on what we're doing. And it's not that we practice well. I mean, it's not that. Some of the issue has been, and this we really, how a football season is putting a puzzle together. Who goes where, when they go, especially in a small school, because you got a lot of kids that got to play both ways. And honestly, we got about 7 linemen total that we feel like can go in the game. And we went over there and we're trying not. It was hot again, real hot. And we're trying to maneuver around so we can last, because really some of our best defensive linemen play the offensive line. Well, we can't really afford to get one of them tired on the offensive line, because we literally have nobody left to put over there in case one of them gets tired. I mean, it's just, putting somebody in there is not ready at all. And so managing that part is the part that we have to get better at, and I think we've done that. And as it cools off, and you got them two-way guys, it's not as bad. But to begin with, when you're in something that you got to play 4 quarters and hot as I'll get out, it is tough, and that's something that we worked on this week.
Interesting. So you're taking on a plain dealing squad. Obviously, we know that the struggle of plain dealing. You're familiar with it as well. They haven't tasted success in quite some time. Your kids are coming off a loss, maybe hanging their heads a little bit, as would typically be of teenagers who don't get work for something and don't get it. Just like adults, sometimes kind of drag around a little bit when it doesn't go right for you. If you let it go too long, then all of a sudden you become the wrong end of a winning streak or losing streak for plain dealing tonight. How have you tried to kind of make sure your kids didn't hang their heads too long and that they do realize that, hey, look, yeah, you can look at how many games this team is that we're going to play Friday, how many games it's been since they've won, but you better watch out. How do you get that message across?
Well, when you go and lose the week before to somebody you didn't think you were supposed to, then it's not as hard. So, our kids, we haven't talked about plain dealing and no streak or nothing. All we've talked about is, what they do well and what they, what we got to prepare for. That's it. We have not mentioned not one other thing about nothing. All we've mentioned is we got to do better going on the road with our mindset before we get there and all that kind of stuff. Plain dealing is much improved. Matter of fact, on both sides of the ball, plain dealing is bigger than us. You go in there and look at them, us and them, they're much bigger than we are on both sides of the ball up front. Their defensive line is probably the best one we played so far coming off the football. They just get a little tired. But, up front, I promise you, they're bigger than us. And, we haven't gone in this game thinking anything other than putting our best effort out, period. I haven't heard one thing about plain dealing on that part of it. Like I said, Coach Byrd, they've done a good job. You can tell the tremendous difference over there. You can tell that they're getting after it and they know what they're doing. So, it's just we have to take care of our end of that part.
It's when you take on a team like this and you see that there's a difference there and an improvement, how much of you kind of gets into that whole, you root for somebody, but you don't root for them the week you're playing them, obviously. But how much does that kind of go into the fraternity of coaches that, hey, when you see somebody who takes on a job that sure looks like it's got a lot of more minuses maybe than it does pluses to so many people in the outside world, but you see them go in there and tackle it head on, how much do you guys kind of share in their success or root for their success once it's past your time to play them?
Well, honestly, for me, I've taken jobs that weren't, wasn't high-profile jobs before, and I enjoyed it, and I appreciate somebody doing that because, it's what we do is there's such an importance in it, and it may not be the most high-profile job, but Jerry wanted to do that. He wanted to go back to work and coach football, and I admire that, man, because it's we all love the profession. We all get tired of it too sometimes, and then all of a sudden I'm sure that Jerry felt that same way and got back into it for the right reasons. And you see all the stories and all that, and all that matters. It matters to that community, and I know it's mattered to this community and other communities I've been to, North Caddo and North Webster and Bolton. It mattered on how much you pour into it to the community, and it just takes a little while. And like I said, you go and look at them, they're much improved. But I admire that. I do big time because I've done it myself, going to some place where, everybody goes, oh, you went there. Why did you do this? I like coaching and I like turning things around and building things. And that's that is a lot of fun to do that when you see all of it turn over and you watch those kids and those parents and that community start looking a different way. And eventually that's what will happen in plain dealing. Like I said, Jerry's done a good job with him.
John Ware, head coach of the Lakeside Warriors. John, anything wild, exciting happened to you this week?
No, I was sitting there trying to think of anything. I just, ain't nothing. It's my my middle daughter Paige. It's her 18th birthday today, so that's pretty exciting. Got another one 18. Nothing in particular this week was really exciting.
She's the ULM cheerleader, right?
Yeah, just turned 18.
Okay. Now, back in our day, if you turned 18 in Monroe, there was a reason to party because it was legal. What's an 18-year-old do for fun in Monroe now? You hope goes to Bible study and
I mean,
shakes hands
I don't
with a
get into all that.
boyfriend.
Look, I don't get into all that. I don't want to know nothing about nothing. Never. I always tell them, leave me out of it. Don't tell me nothing. I'm better off not knowing nothing the whole time. My sweet baby face.
My first wife, Cricket, found some old stuff of mine in her parents' attic, of all places, the other day, and she brought the grandkids over, Sid and Mark's kids, over to the house yesterday and brought all the stuff over with me as well. And one of the things she brought is a frame photo of my kiddo when she was like 2 in a little baby swimming pool in the back of the house with a little backwards cap on, a little swimsuit on, looked as cute as could possibly be, the cutest kid that's ever lived on the face of the earth. And I got it, and I was like, wait a minute. And I looked over to my right, and I'm like, I already have this picture, almost in the exact same frame. So what I did, I put one frame on this side of the room. I put the other one, the identical picture, on the other side of the room. So now I got pictures of my kiddo when she was 2 years old, the exact same picture, the exact same frame, no matter which way I look. I'm like, I think right. Dad, daughters understand that, man. They'll always be 2. They'll always be 13. They'll always be whatever, and they'll always be your daughters. So, yeah, I don't want to know anything about some of the things. But I'm with you on that, buddy.
I stay out there. After raising 3 girls and being in high school for all the years, sometimes I get home, my wife go, "Did you hear this or did you see it?" I was like, "Nope, I don't listen. I don't hear nothing. I don't want to know. I don't ask. I tell somebody if they're talking around me to get away from me. I don't want to know." I know what I was like in high school, in college. So I don't. Just erase that from me. Get away from me. I don't want to hear it. Nothing about it.
Yeah. The last thing I have for you here, buddy, I hope, without saying anything, I just want you to know that I hope you're okay with me. I found one of my old baby pics, Raj, and I sent it to Coach Ware yesterday.
I don't know what to say. I really don't.
Well,
Adam, I'll let Adam go ahead and go into that. So I'm out.
I think Adam's out on this one. I think Rogers is out on this one.
Lakeside at Plain Dealing tonight.
Did Rogers see the pic?
Oh yeah, he saw. I've shown him my baby pics. Yeah,
Okay.
Very popular with the daycares and all that good stuff. So
yeah.
All right, buddy. Well, John Ware and the Lakeside Warriors.
I'm blushing, Tim. I mean, I can't even do this.
At Plain Dealing tonight.
Yeah.
Should be fun, buddy. Well, man, safe travels over from Lakeside up to Plain Dealing. That's a good little hour and 15 minutes? Hour? Something like that?
Hour. Yeah, that's what it say.
All right. Well, all right. I hope Old Yeller takes care of all those boys up there and back. Safe travels. Hope they play hard for you as well, buddy.
All right, man. Appreciate y'all.
See you, John. 7:48 the time. Tim Fletcher Show. Power Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's opened in 12 minutes. Fuzzy's, 12 minutes away from opening. Breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos. Drew's got you hooked up, buddy. All you got to do is stop by when they open, and you'll be absolutely delighted and glad you did. Our show also brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber, bringing you our Lay in the Lumber Award, and sponsoring Tech Tuesday from Tech alum John Salmons and his crew over at Spell Brothers Lumber. Remember, if you have a project, big or small, they can take care of it for you. Lumber, windows, doors, hardware, and so much more right there at Spell Brothers Lumber, your local lumber company, 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, 318-747-1194. Call, put in your order. They will do their hot shot delivery service and bring those supplies right to your job site, unload it for you. And here's the thing that I think is just insane. When the job is over and you have unused, undamaged equipment still around, call John Salmons and the crew at Spell Brothers Lumber, 747-1194. They will come pick up that unused, undamaged material and bring it back to the store and give you a store credit. Who else does that? That's what you get from locally owned and locally operated Spell Brothers Lumber, 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, northeast of Bossier High, between I-20 and East Texas, 318-747-1194. Our show brought to you by Alsco and Alsco.com. Stacy Ballew of the Byrd Yellow Jackets joins us for more Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations right after this.
The 11:30 a.m. Tiger app, roaring loud and proud thanks to C&M Affordable Fence. From privacy fencing to repairs and more, let's build something great together. Stay locked in with 11:30 a.m. The Tiger anywhere you go. Download today for free.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
The Hooking Up and Tracking Down Show is your information resource for what's happening in the great outdoors. Tune in every Wednesday from 11 to 1 and Saturday mornings from 6 until 8 on FM 103.3 or on AM 1130 The Tiger. That's the Hooking Up and Tracking Down Show.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers and Adam on this lovely Friday, September 19th. Roger, are we still talking about possible thunderstorms this afternoon? I know they mentioned it yesterday. Okay. Yeah, it's just steamy hot yet again. Our boys over at AccuTemp, the ladies over at AccuTemp are here to make sure that you stay as comfortable as possible because summer just is not going to leave us alone, it feels like. AccuTemp, 861-2255, 861-2255. Always be comfortable in your own home. Call Dwayne Simpson's crew at AccuTemp, 861-2255. Our little show presented every day by Alsco and Alsco.com for your facility care and uniforms and so much more. And don't forget, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, cleanup hour, 7:52. They're 8 minutes away from opening their doors. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, it's your head coach of the Byrd Yellow Jackets. It's good old Stacy Ballew. Hey, Stacy, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir. One of those games where I was thinking about you guys last night, Ballew, because watching the Miami Dolphins rally against the Buffalo Bills, have it tied up, we're going to get the ball back and all that good stuff. And at the end of the day, you know, Miami's 0-3, and there's, woe is me. What's wrong with the Dolphins? I'm like, if the guy doesn't run into the punter, they get the ball down 20, or get the ball tied up 21-all in Buffalo with a chance to drive down for a game-winning score. So it's not so much necessarily what's wrong with the Dolphins. They just didn't get the break when they needed it to. Is that a safe way to say the same thing is happening to the Byrd Yellow Jackets, that especially last week against Haughton where you lose in overtime on a nifty little play call for the two-point conversion by Sewell and company? But you're one play away from being 1-1 and not as much, you know, hanging your head kind of stuff this week. Was it that close to being like, guys, we're really pretty close to being a pretty good football team?
Yeah, I mean, you go back and you watch film, there's multiple plays where, you know, we are really, really close. And any one of those plays, if we do what we're supposed to and we execute, then the outcome's different. So, you know, you don't just look at the very last play of the game. You look at all the plays throughout, and we had our chances, and we didn't execute as well as we should have. Or, you know, if we do execute, the outcome's different.
Where is it that last week it bit you in the rear end the most, Ballew, as far as where the execution was lacking?
You know, really there were mistakes all around. We had an extra point block that we didn't execute on that one, and then defensively we gave up some big plays. We did good stopping the run, but we gave up big plays in the secondary that we shouldn't have. And then offensively we had some penalties that put us back, that if we're sitting there at
3rd and 3, we're in good shape, but now you go 3rd and 8, not very good. So all around, we need to clean up and execute at all phases of the game.
One thing that was certainly a positive, Colin Deere, 35 carries, 253 yards, 4 touchdowns. It seems like every year, Ballew, there's 4 or 5 games where a Byrd running back is going to have 30-something carries, 200-something yards, and a lot of touchdowns, and he's the one this year. What kind of running back is Colin Deere?
He's a hard-nosed runner, really, really competitive kid. Started about half the games for us last year and got a lot of experience, and that has really helped him this year. He's got really good vision. That's what's really improved is his vision, making cuts and being able to read blocks. But he's a hard-nosed runner, and we've got some other running backs that are really talented. It's whatever the defense has given us. And last week, fullback game is what we were successful with.
This week, what does it need? What needs to happen, and who needs to step up? What's going to be available? In other words, you got your task is ahead of you to try to figure out a way to slow down this Evangel offense while also putting up some points against a pretty good Evangel defense, probably a better defense this year than it was last year. What needs to happen for the Byrd Yellow Jackets to really kind of turn this thing around tonight?
Well, we need to hold on to the ball. We need to sustain drives and keep their offense off the field, and we need to come out with points. And then defensively, we've got to make them earn it. Don't give them the big play. Make them drive, and then tighten up when they get on the other end of the field, and hopefully don't give them that big play. Last year, we did a good job of keeping everything in front of us, and then when it got into the red zone, we got one interception, and then we caused a fumble. So that got us out of those drives. So I think that's what it takes to beat a team like Evangel. They're just so talented and have so much speed, and obviously everybody knows about their quarterback and all their skilled kids. And if you're not covering them really, really tight, they're very capable of completing passes and outrunning you to the end zone.
What does Peyton Houston, what does he do that worries most high school coaches? We see the stats, but we're not trying to stop him. What's the thing that he does well that is really that gets into the
well,
crawl
first of all, his arm is so strong and so accurate that he can throw it anywhere on the field from any position on the field. So as a DB, you're used to covering 25, 30-yard verticals, and all of a sudden you've got to cover 50-yard verticals. That's a big, big difference. Just the space on the field, he can throw it anywhere. He can throw it all. If ball's on the hash, he can throw it to the far side deep, and the ball gets there so daggone fast. Most quarterbacks have really got to throw it high and put air underneath it, and he doesn't have to. So he can throw it anywhere on the field, and then if you're covering everybody, he's so elusive and so fast. That's what makes him a dual-threat quarterback and can really beat you if you don't have somebody watching and making sure he doesn't just take off on you.
And that's the thing is we were talking to Denny, obviously, earlier this week, and Houston is considered the number one drop-back passer in the class of 2027. I said, where does he rank in the pro style or the dual type quarterback? Because I think he does a little bit of both of those things pretty stinking well. What do they do defensively that's a little bit better this year than maybe last year? At least it feels that way to me that their defense is a little bit better than it was last year.
They've got some. They're more athletic all around. They've got some returning starters on defense that do a really good job, but now they've got all 11 of them are really good athletes, play extremely hard, and are very physical. So last year, you may have looked out there and seen one or two really, really good or three or four really good kids on defense, but now they've got more of them. Those kids are really playing hard, very physical, and know their assignments. So just all around, they've really improved.
One of the things that Byrd has over some teams is that you guys have solved the Evangel dilemma. You beat them last year. You were the first team to get to them. So there's not a lot of people, and I think Denny said that y'all are the only ones that have multiple wins over them, District 1 5A, or as, a 5A school. So the mystique maybe isn't as much there as it is for some of the other teams. How much does that help, if at all, Stacy, that there is success, including last year against this team?
It does help. Years ago, Evangel, West Monroe, those teams were just, I think kids looked at them and they were beat before you ever even got on the field.
Right.
So when you've had success against teams and kids know you can beat them and you can play with them, that always helps. But you're right, there for years and years, West Monroe and Evangel, those teams, kids were beat before they ever stepped on the field.
Mm-hmm. And I think that still goes on today with some schools. But the fact that y'all have got a couple certainly makes a difference. And some of the kids that played for you last year, Stacy, in that win, are still playing for those Byrd Yellow Jackets now. Not as many of them as you probably wish, but there are some of those kids who are playing significant roles for you were on that team last year. Does that talked about among the kids? I mean, I'm not saying you're, bugging their lockers to find out what they're talking about, but do you kind of hear about that the kids are like, hey, we beat these guys last year, so let's... No,
we don't hear about it because we as a staff don't take any one game more important than the next. So we don't put a star by anybody on our schedule and say we got to beat them, or anything like that. We are week to week, and we want to win every single week.
The Byrd Yellow Jackets take on the Evangel Eagles tonight at Lee Hedges Stadium, 7 o'clock. Of course, Charlie Cavell and company will have the call starting at 6:30 here on 11:30 The Tiger, and then post-game as well. But I'm sure that Stacy, and like everybody associated with this game, including the Evangel Eagles, want to see as many people out there at Lee Hedges as possible. And why wouldn't you go out there? It's Evangel and Byrd, for Pete's sake. That's all you need to know. That's enough to get you out there right now. Stacy Ballew, the head coach of the Byrd Yellow Jackets. Stacy, hope your boys come through for you tonight, play hard, and everyone comes out of this thing healthy, man. And I really appreciate your time on a Friday.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Our little cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop comes to a close. Our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations will continue, though. David Franklin of Haynesville. Hester, did y'all play Byrd during your time there?
Yes, Tim.
Were you in the Nightingale game?
Yeah, I was on the field for that.
Okay. And I don't know if you heard, no, you weren't here yet. Denny brought that up. He goes, I hate that it's called the Nightingale game. He said, because without Nightingale, they get blown out.
Sure.
He said, they had the lead. Nightingale was just going in for a
lead all night.
Right. He said, Nightingale was just going in to make it a more comfortable lead.
Sure. To ice it.
Right.
It's over with.
He said, we had to go 80 yards. He goes, look, Brandon Nightingale is one of the greatest running backs we've faced in those days. He has over 300 yards rushing. And I said, didn't Brandon go play at Arkansas Tech, wasn't it? Was
one
it Tech
of those,
or Southern Arkansas?
One of the D2s up there.
Great kid. Yeah. Just a great kid, and was an outstanding running back. He said, look, he said, the way Denny put it, he goes, those 11 guys on defense, they've been able to make, they've been allowing Brandon Nightingale to be the scapegoat for all these years. He goes, it was those 11 guys on the Byrd defense that lost that game for him. It was not Brandon Nightingale, because all they had to do was stop us and they win the game.
That's exactly right.
And that's the old, to me, it's like Bill Buckner. Oh, he let the ball go through it. Well, you know what? If you get one more run, that doesn't matter. And I think Buckner got 2 hits at that game or something or whatever. So, but this game goes way back, and it's maybe it doesn't mean as much as it did back in those days, but it's still pretty significant for a lot of people. And so it should be a lot of fun. Lee Hedges Stadium tonight.
Yep.
Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. When we come back, we got David Franklin to wrap up our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, plus an SEC update, all that and more on the show presented by Alsco at alsco.com. Back after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy Hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Morse-DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers, Hampton, and Adam Hester. Friday, September 19th. The Power Hour is presented to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. The Brew Crew, with your 20 acres of homes to choose from. What a great way to get your weekend going, to get that home of your dreams at DB's Place. Our show also presented by Alsco and Alsco.com for facility care, uniforms, linens, and so much more, including first aid supplies and so much. Go check them out at Alsco.com or call 318-636-0404. Time now for an SEC update, and it is brought to you by the wonderful human beings over Bo Harris Wealth Management, including the guy at the tippity top, Bo Harris himself, who all he wants to do is to make sure you have a plan for your financial future. And look, if you need help executing that plan, putting it into place, he is a professional financial advisor, and he would love to have a cup of coffee with you. Bo Harris Wealth Management bringing you the SEC update. All right, so Florida, Miami, 6:30 tomorrow night on ABC. DJ Lagway coming off a 5-pick game. So far, against FBS defenses, DJ Lagway is a right-handed guy, or he's left-handed, right? Isn't DJ Lagway left-handed? He has thrown more balls to the right side of the field, though. You know, and so that's kind of odd in a way, you know. But 4 of his 6 interceptions so far this year have been on 3rd and long. One, of course, came on the last-ditch drive against LSU. Carson Beck, of course, comes in, the former Georgia Bulldog quarterback who has played lights out. He's got better offensive linemen and better receivers than Lagway has. Florida's defense can make this interesting, though. If Beck can turn it over once or twice, you might have something cooking for Billy Napier and his crew. LSU's game against Southeastern. By the way, Southeastern is ranked 7th in the SP Plus for the FCS schools, so we'll get into that a little bit later. Sam Houston in Texas. Easiest game on the schedule for Texas this year, probably.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Arch Manning coming off an 11 of 25 day with 114 yards and 1 touchdown and 1 pick against UTEP. Esther, you're going to be there. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm not asking, what do you got to see out of Arch Manning? But how much does it – would you be concerned if he has another day like that against a team?
Well, you have to be.
So what would kind of make you feel a little bit better, even though it's a lesser opponent? 70% completions?
Sure. I mean, this is something that would be considered normal, you know, before the season would be fine in this case, because he's just got to start showing some – he's got to start showing some improvement here.
And the Oklahoma Sooners in the game of the day in the SEC take on Auburn in Norman at 2:30 on ABC. And this is so big for OU. So OU cares, Coach Brown, all of the Boomer Sooners out there. The final 7 games of Oklahoma's schedule features Kent State and then 6 teams that are ranked 17th or higher. So good luck with all that. If Oklahoma makes it to the playoffs, they are going to earn it. We talked about Florida's schedule so much at the beginning of the season. Come to find out, Oklahoma's schedule may be the hardest of all, and they're just getting started. And that's your SEC update. Following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management, who sponsors our SEC update. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management, bringing you the SEC update. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline for our final Skent-N-Dent High School Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the undefeated Haynesville Golden Tornado, it's David Franklin. Hey, David, how are you doing?
Doing good. How are y'all?
We're all right, man. A nice little win there. And, Hester, we heard this, I think, Friday night, maybe Saturday, that Louisiana schools played 8 out-of-state teams. And something like that,
yeah.
And we're 8-0 against all those teams from outside the state, whether it's Texas, California, Mississippi, or Arkansas.
We had a good night then.
I know, not a bad night.
I enjoy playing Arkansas schools. I wish we were able to play more, but with our larger district, we don't really get that opportunity. So, it's a lot of fun. You get to play teams you don't really know that much about, or I guess even better than that, nobody else knows anything about them, so it's hard to compare or whatever. But anyway, it's a good game for us.
How does the LHSAA now do the power rankings for the out-of-state games? How do they look at those?
They take their membership and plug their numbers into our system, and then that's what they're counted as. And for us, so if it's a 1A school there, then they count them as a 1A school for our numbers. I mean, a lot of times Arkansas schools, I think, actually Harmony Grove would be a 2A, but we plug their numbers into our system. So we have to, when you put them on the schedule, you have to turn in how many people they have, and you have to do that plus give numbers so they can call and verify and all that kind of stuff.
Huh. Okay, so didn't it used to almost penalize you to play out-of-state teams back in the old schedule? No? Okay.
No, I don't think so. We've always played. We play Magnolia a lot. We play Junction City. I mean, I wish we could play more. I'd like to play some Texas schools, but it's just hard to, it's hard to find because we're so close to, especially close to Arkansas.
Right.
Just, half of our map is, who we could play is in Arkansas.
Yeah.
But, with our district, it's so large, we just don't have the opportunity to play a lot of non-district games other than we're going to play Northwestern and we're going to play Homer, and it doesn't leave you a lot of room.
No, it doesn't, because you're
only got one more.
You only have one more. That's right. You have one game per year that you can schedule basically the way that it's. Yeah. You're not going to give up any of those other 2 games. That's a fact.
Right.
Against Harmony Grove, Donnie Critton got it done. 128 yards, 3 touchdowns. LSU commit Isaiah Washington threw the ball nicely, 64 yards. Also ran it a couple times, 1 score. Kind of just a good game for Isaiah. Nice game for Donnie. And I feel kind of bad about that. Like, oh, wait a minute. They won 42-14. These kids played pretty well, didn't they, David?
We did. We played well. Our conditioning was a little better because it was still another hot night. And, we got some players back that got to play a little bit, so we were excited about that. We've pretty healthy right now, so that's a good thing. And, we're just we're excited to be 2-0, but we've still got a ways to go to be where we need to be for sure.
I know a lot of people are already jumping on that bandwagon, and David, I have to admit, I'm probably as guilty as anybody to think this is a Haynesville team that has what it takes to make that Thanksgiving practice week a reality. I'm sure that you want your kids to believe in that. You want your kids to have that confidence, but you don't want them to assume it's just an automatic. Every time that we go through this, we talk to you about it, the expectations at Haynesville, and sometimes they are realized and sometimes they come up just short. What's the difference maker, you think, in the teams that have been able to reach that state championship game and even win that state championship game? What's the little intangible that maybe they have that the teams that fall short of the semis or the quarters that maybe they didn't have?
I'm going to be real honest with you, and I may get in trouble for this one, but right now we're not there. And I'm just being honest. It takes something. It takes something a little special, to. First of all, a lot of things have to fall in place to do that. But
Right.
I don't think that we're at that point right now. I didn't say that we couldn't get there. That is absolutely not what I said. But right now we're not there, and there's a lot of things that we have to clean up, and before we're that type of team. But it's also week 3, so who can say that at this point? So of course tonight will be a big test for sure. For sure. So there's a lot of things that we have to clean up, and a lot of things that have to be a little, and I have to feel a little better about before I'm going to say we're in that category. So,
of course, it is the Claiborne Parish Super Bowl, the 117th meeting between Haynesville and Homer. That's tonight. It's at Homer's place. Everybody under the sun in that parish, in those towns, and who have graduated from those schools knows exactly what's taking place tonight in Homer. How excited have your kids been this week for this game?
And of course, that's all you've heard since the end of last Friday night. As soon as we get in the dressing room, that's all that you've heard. That's all that's been talked about everywhere you go. You go to get gas. You go, which didn't go to the grocery store a whole lot this week, but if I did, I'm pretty sure that's what would have been the topic of conversation. They're excited, but I don't know that we've got some young kids. I just hope that they're prepared for what they're about to get into. I don't know if they understand what they're about to go into. So it's a fun game. I was just sitting there thinking about that this morning. Not a lot of people get the opportunity to coach or play in a game like this. It's a lot of fun. Somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose, but it's still a lot of fun. As a high school coach and as a high school player, it's a lot of fun. So it's actually more than whatever number you said. There's a lot of years that the records are lost or whatever. So and then there's a few years that we played twice. So it's just
good point.
I'm guessing 125 or more that times that we've played, I think.
Wow. And we asked Richie Casey earlier, like one that he remembers the most as a player, and he brought up his junior and senior year when they won both of those games.
Oh yeah, I remember those games.
How good was Richie, by the way, back in his day?
He was good. I remember watching tape. They ran their buck sweep and then they ran a bootleg keep, and there was something that Richie did just a little bit different that gave the play away. Of course, you had to do the best you can because he was fast. And I remember watching tape and watching tape and watching tape and trying to figure that out and trying to get our kids to figure that out just to give you the edge of, he was good. I remember watching him even in college. He was a really good football player, really fast. So, and he's doing a really good job with what they've got now. So, that's what makes it fun is those memories and all the things you get to look forward to.
Which means more to you as a participant in this rivalry? Wins as a player, wins when you were an assistant coach under your pops, or wins as a head coach with your kids playing and now maybe some of your teammates' kids or even grandnephews or grandkids that are playing in this game? Which one means more to you in the wins over Homer, when you're a player,
it makes
assistant, or
absolutely no difference. As a ball boy, a coach, whatever I was, they're all good. And they're all bad. They're all bad too when you lose. So they're all, each one is important. You have a different role, but it's all important. So I'm not going, anytime you participate, it's important, I promise you.
What's the pregame meal tonight for the Haynesville Golden Tornado? Do we know yet?
I'm not sure about that. Our cafeteria does a really good job. Could possibly be some kind of chicken. I'm not sure. Sometimes they refer to it as a pelican, but we all know better than that. So I'm not sure. We don't complain, and I promise you it's going to be good.
So maybe some fried pelican on the menu from the cafeteria.
Maybe.
That's
I don't know.
stinking funny.
That's what makes it fun. There's always something, always something. Everybody's got an idea. Like, that really doesn't have anything to do with you winning the game or not, but they think they have a part, and that's what makes it good.
Yeah, that's awesome. David Franklin, the Haynesville Golden Tornado, whether it's 120, 25, 130, however many meetings they've battled, they're all meaningful to so many people, and it just stands the test of time. It's a rivalry that It's as good as it is, and considered one of, if not the oldest, high school football rivalry west of the Mississippi. It's Homer and Haynesville, the Claiborne Parish Super Bowl tonight in Homer. Throw the records out. Let these two teams battle it out for 48 minutes at least, and maybe, who knows, there might be even more. David, hope your boys have a nice, safe trip, that long bus ride from Haynesville to Homer.
That's
a
right.
safe trip back and all that good stuff, and hope everybody comes out healthy.
Sounds good. Thanks, man.
See you, David.
All right.
Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, brought to you by Skent-N-Dent Appliances and Furniture. You can't see the dent. 814 Shreveport Barksdale. What are you guys doing tomorrow before all the games get underway? If you need an appliance, I suggest just get it done. Make a one-stop shop over at Skent-N-Dent. I'm telling you, even bring the lovely bride of yours in there and show her. I promise. Look, where can you see the dent? Your sister is not going to even notice this. My mom is not going to notice this. And look how much money we're saving. And, oh, by the way, we get the manufacturer's warranty with it. And we can get up to a 5-year warranty with this. And, oh, by the way, they'll even deliver and set it up for us. Why would you go anywhere else other than Skent-N-Dent for appliances? I don't get it. I'm a little worried about my dryer, Raj. Yeah. Dryer, I bought it at a box store years ago. It's been a good and faithful servant. But something ain't right. Clothes aren't getting as hot in there, you know? So I'm weighing the option. Do I try to get it repaired, or do I just go to Skent-N-Dent and get a new dryer that's probably going to be about the same cost as the repair would be, except it'll be brand new? I think I'm starting to kind of come to my conclusion. You know what I mean? Yeah. Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport Barksdale, taking care of business. Our show, Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. Hambone, Hester, and I will be back with more right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, brought to you by Donnie Brewer's Crew, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. When you're looking for a beautiful manufactured home for 60, 70, 80, 90 bucks a square foot, you know where to go. The BQH at 3830 East Texas. The Power Hour, the Tim Fletcher Show, is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
Music is always changing. Television is always changing. Movies, football, baseball, all of our sports. There's always changing going on. Hey, this is now a penalty in football, but that used to not be a penalty 2 years ago. Hey, that song was fantastic 3 years ago, but now the group that sings it sounds like this because they've changed lead singers. Why don't you just stay the same, guys? Stick with it. But no matter how much stuff changes in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same: the price of your internet. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Restrictions apply, new residential customers only, taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. When I think of the unsung hero in high school football, I think of that player that does all the little things, all the things that the coach asks that player to do, they're taking care of it. When the star of the team goes down, maybe it's that unsung hero that fills the void. Once again, not necessarily getting the accolades, but getting the job done. And that's what Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana has been doing since 1926. They bring you the unsung hero on our Friday night shows as well throughout the week. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, an unsung hero themselves.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hey now, what's going on, guys? Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, Adam Hester. Parking it on this lovely day in this beautiful studio. We hope you guys took advantage of walk-ons yesterday for their 22nd birthday. I hope you take advantage of Walk-On's incredible deals going on this weekend as well. Do you have the Walk-On's app? I know you do.
Uh-huh.
I know Netherton does, right? Patrick does. I know I do. Got a free dessert waiting for me, and I'm a couple points away from even getting more free stuff. Walk-On's, where are you going after the game tonight? Where are you going before the games? Where are you going to watch the Razorbacks at 11 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, walk-ons, huh? Oh, that makes sense. Bossier, yeah, they've got the one on Airline. Shreveport, sure, on 70th, and you're east south of 70th. Walk-on, Sports Bistro. The games just taste better at walk-ons. Hester, of course, will be in Austin to watch the Texas Longhorns. Try to get back on track. And even if they do, Hester.
Yep.
Well, it was Sam Houston.
I mean, that's just what you expect.
Arch hasn't done it against a real team yet.
They've only played 4 games, so I hate football.
I thought you used to like it.
They've made it this way. These people.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't watch basketball, so I can't hate basketball because I don't watch it in the first place.
Okay.
Baseball, they don't care about.
True.
ESPN doesn't care about.
So we're good with that because they don't demonize it and make us hate somebody or hate something.
Right. You get honest reactions from these people, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Right.
Yeah. These people over here in the far corner.
Oh, they're the worst.
Yeah, it's not nearly as much fun as it used to be, and that's a big part of it, honestly.
Yeah, I get it.
Because of we must have instant reactions about sometimes nothing.
Sometimes it's just, hey, oh yeah. You can forget about a game as soon as it's over, by the way. I don't know if you're aware of that, Hester.
Sure.
And I know those folks aren't aware of it on ESPN. That after the game's over, it's truly over.
Sometimes it's just not notable. Sometimes it's not a notable game.
It's just like, oh, okay, that was fun.
Yeah.
Or, boy, that sucked. All right, next one.
But no. And look, if this was Hudson Card at quarterback for Texas,
sure,
none of this is.
They would not have been mentioned one time on the show.
You wouldn't have had the he's going to win the Heisman in July, even though the same network says he's going to win the Heisman and is praying the exact scenario that's happening right now would have played out because this is 2 or 3 segments a week.
Yep.
This is great. They're making our jobs easy for us.
Yep.
If he was doing okay, there wouldn't be as much to talk about. Oh, he's doing bad. Oh, this is great. I love this. Oh man,
that sounds like Bane a little bit there. They are the evil.
Do you know what Bane is? I don't think you know what Bane is.
You kind of. That's more.
Oh, that's
Bane.
just
yeah. They didn't sound like Bane.
Listen, as he makes 2 completely different noises.
Wait a minute, you sounded more like Christian Bale's Batman. That's what it was. Yeah. So you were the good guy in that scenario. You're welcome. See how we turn that frown upside down?
Anyway.
Yeah.
So there's that, and the beauty of the Seahawks being on television 2 games in a row, and me not being able to watch either one. It's lovely. It's probably the only 2 times they'll be on TV where I don't have to leave my house to see it.
Yeah.
No. You're gonna leave your house, all right, and not be able to watch either game. It's great. It's lovely. Have I mentioned that? Well, and fantasy football also is killing my appreciation.
Oh no,
for this sport, and I could just stop. Like I could just stop. I could do that. Like I could just go to the draft and still have a good time with y'all and not have a team. Like I could do that.
You could be the guy that goes to the golf scramble who doesn't play golf but just drives the cart.
1,000% what I was just about to say.
All right.
I'll drive the cart. We'll have a great time, but I'm not picking up a club because I hate golf. I hate it. Fantasy football I should take the same approach.
I still like the stuff. I don't know why.
Because you're an addict.
Thank you.
That's the truth, though. We all are.
Got an itch. Got to scratch it.
Meanwhile, you could hit a parlay and win your fantasy football buy-in.
Right.
In a day.
Yeah.
But
it just means more to beat somebody. It's the competitive juices thing. How
I've had enough competition in my life. I don't think fantasy football.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I should, but they're still just kind of fun. Who am I playing this week in our league? Stacy, maybe? I don't know. Just fun. I want to win. I want to see how this thing goes. And you're not going to Texas just for kicks and giggles. You want to see your Longhorns play well.
This was just sort of I wanted to go to a game this year.
Yeah.
And because we haven't been since I'd say how long it's been since we've been to Austin for a Texas game. The last time we went, it was against Kansas, which was a conference game.
Oh my!
Well,
that's way back at least 3 years ago.
But if you'll wait, Charlie Weiss was making his. They give you the spurs if it's your first time to coach the visiting team in Texas in DKR Stadium. They come in and give you certain spurs and like a hat maybe.
Oh, well, that's kind of interesting.
And so it was Charlie Weiss getting his spurs and hat because it was the first time he had been the head coach in DKR. Tyrone Swoops was the quarterback.
Oh my!
Who was not good, but also spent many a training camp as a tight end for the Seahawks. He never made the team. So this was that would have been Charlie Strong too, huh? Surely, yeah, it was.
Wow.
Now we've been to a couple of Texas OU games since then, but that was the last time that we went to Austin. But it was actually just kind of a happy accident because we were going to go to the Sounders Austin game was originally Saturday, and they moved it to Sunday for TV.
Mm.
And so when that happened, it was like, well, we're not going to go,
right?
Because I need vacation. And I said, hey, who's Texas guy? And you know my thoughts on that. I'm not trying to go watch some game that's going to stress me out in person. The stress games, they happen at home. Stress out games happen on the couch. If I go to a game, I want a cupcake. I want a patsy. I want somebody that's there to take a check and take a fall. And so, perfect scenario as far as that goes.
That should not be a problem.
No.
Saturday in Austin, 8:32 the time. Our show brought to you by Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. Eat clean, live dirty. Did you know that every Thursday and Friday, the head baker over at Chop Shop, Karen, rolls out sourdough, either classic sourdough loaves or butter lovers? Rogers, Karen, the baker at Chop Shop, will roll out the dough and then put butter right in the fold of the dough. And so it's baked, the butter is baked into the sourdough bread. Imagine how that tastes.
Is this female married? I think
you might have fallen in love.
I might have just by the description. You had me at.
I don't know what love is. We got Love Is Blind. You got Love Island.
Yeah,
you've got
watched the Love Boat yesterday.
So there's got to be a way that we can have a dating game based on people who love food and the cook and what he or she is able to do with something.
You had me at butter.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, well, wait a minute. There's a butter lover sourdough she makes? The butter is folded right into the dough? Give me the Homer Simpson drooling gif right now. Of course, they've got smash burgers. I think they still have their lox and bagel special today as well. Smash burgers every day. Of course, if you're grilling out or heading down south for the LSU game or whatever and going to tailgate, grab that beef, grab those chicken quarters, whatever it may be for the grill at Chop Shop, your whole animal butchery. Live dirty, eat clean, as in clean, local farm production, beef, chicken, eggs, pork, and so much more. They're awesome. Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive, just off Line Avenue. You'll be glad to stop by there. We'll be back with an LSU update here in the Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour right after this. Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the same neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine two animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does.
Okay.
Because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade, sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, games, workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, paints and supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Janet Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. The text line brought to you by Live Oak Waste. Buddy, if your dumpster outside your business doesn't have the Live Oak logo, that's just trash. liveoak-environmental.com. liveoak-environmental.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Good morning, everyone. Hope all is well with you and yours. It's 8:36. Power Hour of our little radio show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas. Shout out to our friends as well over at Alsco, presenting our show every day, alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Whatever your facility care needs may be, they can take care of them. New uniforms, washing them, getting them laundered, folded back to you, tablecloths, napkins, you name it, first aid supplies, washroom supplies. They're all over it, alsco.com. Time now for a River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery LSU update. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. I'm not sorry.
What is going on today?
Huh?
What's the deal here? There's a lot of noises being made back and forth between you two. Rogers is super excited because he doesn't have to do Friday Football Frenzy. He's out the door.
Yes.
What time are you out the door today? Oh, you wait. Okay. That's true. That's true.
And
you got to have your soaps.
Right. He's not going anywhere too soon. It doesn't get much better than that. Except River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery.
Also true.
That gets better there.
Yeah.
Bringing you an LSU update. LSU soccer team falls short against Alabama 2-1 at home last night. An 83rd minute goal from Alabama that gave the Tide the 2-1 lead ultimately led to the Tigers dropping their SEC home opener. LSU had won 3 in a row. Hester, LSU, what was the goalie they had a few years ago? It's been a while now. That became kind of a popular social media. She came here for an interview. Mo Isom.
Brother, that was a long time ago.
Well, that's been like 10 years or so, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe. Something like that. What's the best LSU's ever finished? Do you know? I think they made it to the NCAAs back when she was there. And I think they made it
a couple of years.
Yeah.
They've never been.
Never been a power though, right?
Yeah, Mo Isom's 35.
Wow.
Yeah. It's been a little while.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Head coach Sean Hudson said, just as a disappointing loss, I don't think the result reflected their performance. Overall, quality performance. This is the 4th game we've lost this season where we've gifted the opponent a goal and then missed on big chances to put the game away. Had 4 or 5 big chances in the second half to win the game. We just got to show a little bit more of a cutthroat mentality in SEC play if we want to win games in this conference. You've got to be able to put the game away. Every sport, when you get a chance to put your opponent down, you better do it. In soccer, maybe more than anything, because it's one kick away, from your lead disappearing.
I've seen it a bunch of times.
And it's football. I get it. There can be a kick return. There can be a scoop and score from 90 yards out. But typically, if a team is down one score, they've got to do something for a period of plays in a row to get to where they can tie the game up. In soccer, it just feels like that, man.
One ball over the top.
One ball over the top. And that's all it takes. And so I of all the sports to coach, I think soccer would be down along the bottom for me as far as my stress level. I think it would drive me insane. Because
I can tell you it would.
We'll see if LSU can get the ship righted as soon as possible. Also, the volleyball squad lost at Southern Cal. Outside hitter Janee Robinson picked up her 1,000th career milestone Thursday night, though, but they dropped a 3-1 decision to number 19 USC at the Galen Center. They won the third set, but couldn't win the first, second, or fourth. So LSU soccer and volleyball take it on the chin on Thursday night. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. RiverCitiesLighting.com. When it comes to your light fixtures, for inside the house and outside the house, River City's Lighting has got you squared away. Thanks to our friends over at Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana as well, bringing you our unsung heroes. When we talk to the coaches tonight after the games on Friday Football Frenzy, we will ask them, who was that kid on your squad tonight that did the little things, that doesn't get the notoriety, the headlines, his name called out on the PA, that had a lot to do with your win? And that would be the Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana unsung hero. Goodwill Industries has been around since 1926 in North Louisiana. 26 parishes covered from Ellick all the way up to the Arkansas border. 6 job centers, 8 stores, 1 retail center. They take care of job placement, training, GED, retail certification, and so much more. Putting people to work and changing people's lives, that to me is an unsung hero, and that's what they are. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, bringing you the unsung heroes on Friday Football Frenzy tonight. And we'll be back with more of the show presented by Brewer Quality Homes in the Power Hour and brought to you every day by Alsco right after this. That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas Edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
What is this for? You just threw $100 bills all over me.
Are you gonna dance or not?
I told you, my legs.
You gotta earn it.
I didn't say I could do the stanky. Like I said, I got a pain in my leg. I can't move.
One of these might be real.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, here's the
one
problem.
Is real. I saw it. Actually, one of these $100 bills is real.
The fantasy in my head didn't go how it was supposed to go.
Oh, hey, Chica.
If you're watching us on the camera, I do want you guys to know it looked cool, but now we got to pick everything up. This is, I've never been the cool rich guy at a club, if you know what I mean.
You've never been the cool rich guy at the club?
No, and
That's
you were my
amazing.
ladies. Exactly. And so I wanted to make it rain on you. Quit throwing it. Don't touch it again, Tim. That was my experience for me only. Do not throw the fake money. How much do you think we got?
He's still looking for the real $100 bill. See, yesterday, Chica, my 6-year-old and 4-year-old grandkids came over, and I had a Hungry Hippo game and a what do you call the cherry game? The little it's a kids game from back in the day.
I know which one you're talking about.
Hi-Ho Cherry-O, I think.
Okay, thank you.
It's got little bitty cherries, that you have to pick up and stuff. And the
I used to
Hungry
play all this
Hippo has
fun
got the
stuff.
little
Yeah,
balls.
yeah.
Well, the ding-dongs open the boxes up, and they are everywhere on the floor.
No.
And that's basically you're basically like a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old with fake $100 bills. You just throw everything on the floor.
I do love.
And I had to pick up everything just like
I do. Well, obviously, you're not picking anything up. I do want to give Hester the biggest shout out. My boy, but you realize he's only doing it to look through him to see if there's a real one, right?
That's why he's doing it.
That is the only reason he's organizing this money. That is a good man. That is a good man. Split it with me if you find a real one, though.
That one looked pretty close.
Is it illegal?
It's kind of like buying
okay,
cars.
I do have a question though. If
Right
I
over
were
there.
to go to the club, if you know what I mean,
Yeah.
and roll up with
Go
these,
clubbing.
is it illegal?
To do what? To use
just-
that? No, try it
No,
out.
to just go in and just.
Right. Just ask Ryan Paraloo. You're okay.
I mean, I don't
It's
know.
fine.
This is. I don't know. I just feel powerful and rich right now.
Yeah.
They're fun coupons for sure.
I don't think I would throw them on the stage if you went into the club.
Thank you.
Because I think you would probably get shivved by somebody who picks those up thinking they're grabbing. Yeah. You're gonna get shot.
I
So
must
wouldn't-
admit, I'm evil.
I wouldn't do
I'll
that.
fold
If I
these
were
up.
you, I would not do that. Now, you're all made up this morning. What's the deal? What's the occasion? You got a photo shoot you're doing here?
Job interview.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm quitting.
We're not hiring, so I hope it's
Well,
somewhere.
actually, as being the president of the Shreveport Radio Union, I'd like to announce that I'm looking for better things, better options. Preferably, I'd like to be on a sports station, perhaps a morning show. And I'll just chat GPT everything. And just, that's what I'll do.
That sounds
What do you
pretty
guys
good.
think? I just need a producer. And really, I mean,
Maybe we can get in touch with the guy that was the producer before Rogers.
Cupcake?
Yeah. He could be your producer, maybe.
So, do I got the job or not, homie?
Oh, with us?
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't hire you with real money, much less fake money. But I do wish you the best. Because here's the deal. I once had an interview. This is a true story. I once had an interview at a local university about in 2006 or 7. It was an assistant athletic director job that was being created.
Just for you.
Not necessarily, but
Were
I
you
went.
an athlete?
Yeah,
What'd you play?
every sport.
Okay,
Yeah.
keep going. I'm sorry.
So I went and interviewed for this job, and the athletic director told me, he goes, if we do this, so we would hire you, but I feel like that's going to take away from the stuff that you guys are doing. In other words, that what we were doing at Channel 3 at the time, and Hester was a part of that when I covered it, when he was an assistant and stuff. We covered high school football, big.
And you guys.
And so he said, I don't want to hire you because I don't want your station to go downhill covering high school football and sports. And so it was either one of those things where either they did really want to hire me, which is a possibility, or B, he really meant what he said. And so that's what I'm saying right here. I'm either saying that we don't want to hire you, or we don't want to take you away from what you do really well, which is whatever it is you do in that building, that place 3 doors down on the hit music station or KVKI, whichever one you're on.
I just listen. I just heard that somebody said something about how you need to know what's going on with high school football. You tune in to the Tim Fletcher Friday night.
That's actually pretty good.
That's legit.
Now, at first you sounded like Robert's brother Hal there for a second, and then you got worse as you went on. So, no, you no longer sound like Robert's
Okay,
brother.
I do love me some Hal.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to be part of the party. I heard you guys throw pizza parties on Friday nights. I heard that you guys have the big everybody calls in and everybody fills you in on what's going on.
Yeah,
You got like sideline reporters everywhere, aka
everywhere.
parents.
Yeah.
How do you prepare for tonight? Do you go home, take a nap?
I go home. I drink a fifth of whiskey and I Uber up here.
I like that.
No,
I
go
like
home.
that.
We talk to all the coaches. We've got all the information. Our buddies over at The Advocate do an outstanding job. Roy and Lee Hiller have like capsules for every game. That's kind of nice to see. I'll look at the TV stations' websites and see some of the stuff, and so just kind of look around.
So it's the only day you guys work, Fridays?
Yeah. Imagine we work today, and we're still waiting for that 1 hour where we see you work, And so imagine what we do on a Friday, you doing just once in your life would be pretty impressive.
Well, I'm just saying, if you guys need a sideline reporter, I got you.
Yeah.
You know that's how I got started in radio, right?
I did not know that,
There's
and I don't know if we've ever asked that.
Did you want me to be?
I
used to be.
Send her to a game. Pick a game.
Yeah, I used to be Crystal the Pistol back in the day.
Okay.
And I used to call in and give the report. Hey guys, here's how we're looking. And we got a lot of scores.
Well, there's a few.
That's
places,
actually a very good job. That was a really good job.
There's a few places that it's really hard for us to get scores from.
Right.
Like we'll usually find out a final score.
Front Nine Mike used to go take care of some of those.
Don't be
things.
sending me to Mount Enterprise.
But that's where we need the help.
That's where we need help.
She's going to Starville, Texas. It's like, no, we're not doing that.
So you want the plum assignment without any.
I want to be at Evangel. I want you guys to put me up front and center. I want to be the new face of Friday Night Football Frenzy.
Huh.
I think we just
think about it, pray about it, okay?
Record the voice.
But I'll be there.
Yeah.
I'll be there tonight. I'll be
Say
recording.
that again. Friday Football Frenzy. Except Friday Football Frenzy. Doing your showman voice there.
Oh.
Get ready to record.
Get ready to record. Here we go. I'm going to record it. Ready? Record.
Friday Night Football!
No. Not Friday night.
Cut.
Friday Football Frenzy, powered by Chevyland. Say that real good. Yeah.
Friday Football Frenzy, powered by Chevrolet. What do you think?
That's good.
Okay, there it is.
You
Or
right.
I could be taking people on an adventure. Hola, amigos. Soy Chica. Do you want to watch some football? What do you guys think? We got different options. Okay? And
Now,
you could be my backpack, and I call in.
So we could send you like to Brownsville to cover some games.
Are you saying Brownsville because I'm Mexican?
No, because it's South Texas and it sounds like that's where you want to be. Because I know.
Sure. Wherever.
Right.
Listen, I'm just here trying to report. I think, whatever, if you guys want to hold me back from my career in this industry.
I think we would like to hold you back, but.
Would you like to report from
how about this?
Coshada tonight as they take on Oak Grove?
Where even is a Coshada?
Coshada's got a lot of fun places to be.
Coshada?
What is it? No. Send me somewhere cool.
Coshada is cool.
No. That's
You can go
so
to CK
lame.
Barbecue. You can go to Fosto's. You can
Lame.
York Chop.
Lame.
There's Bailey's. There's Michelle's. There's a
My
lot of good
big
places
O
down there.
debut as Chica the Exploradora. Okay? And you guys can't even send me somewhere good. Do better.
Well, hang on. We do have a suggestion from Shankenstein. You should give Chica, Patrick's Old Time Slot, Barbecue Girl, and Hambone. Hambone, your producer. You could be Barbecue Girl and Hambone from 3 to 5, right into JJ and Ben. 4 to 5. 4 to 5. You and Rogers doing a show together.
I appreciate that. But once again, you guys are taking away from what I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be the next. What is that really hot chick that does the Andrews?
Erin Andrews?
Yeah. I want to be her, but the chubby Mexican, not that cute version. I know where I stand.
Would you like to go to Plain Dealing tonight?
Isn't Plain Dealing way up there?
It's
You know
30
what?
miles.
That's fine.
It's 30 miles. Take a
I'm
station
gonna roll
vehicle.
up in a station vehicle.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
And give me one of those media passes.
Yeah,
Because
here
you
go.
know they're
Give
not
me
going to
your-
let me
give
on the
one of those
sidelines.
Just take one of those $100 bills you have.
You know what?
That'll get you in.
Okay, yeah, that's true. I do need written permission from Trey Taylor. Give me written permission. I'm going to say, I'm here with the
Hester
Friday.
has an interview.
I've got. This is a way in. Okay, this is like let's see
And don't
what
be
you got.
giving me no school I've
He's
never
got
heard
an
of.
idea. Calm down, please.
So-
We're all calming down. Let's let Adam
But
talk,
we have
Rogers.
to send like a film crew with her though for the Soul Bowl tomorrow.
Oh, have you ever been? It's awesome.
Green Oaks and BTW.
Absolutely. You would. It is a freaking
Where's
party.
the Soul Bowl?
It's a BTW tomorrow, 5 o'clock.
BTW.
BTW in Green Oaks. It's every year. It's like, as both coaches said, it's like a HBCU homecoming game except the high school level. Booker T. Washington.
Oh, okay. Are
Booker
the
T.
coaches hot?
I don't know if I think Gary Cooper is married, and I think Nick.
They are
Peebles
bound to
is
have
married.
some assistant coaches that are single and hot, right?
Probably so.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get on the sidelines.
But we got to send the camera crew with her, probably.
That's true.
Oh, I got a phone.
She's got a phone.
I don't need.
Do you have a wedding you're doing tomorrow night? Seriously, if you've never been to the Soul Bowl, you owe it to yourself to go to at least
Here's
one
the crazy
Soul Bowl.
part. I am at Eastridge tomorrow,
That's-
but it's an early wedding. So
Oh.
I'm done by 8.
Oh, the game's at 5.
Kicks off at
Man, you know what?
All
I'll be
right.
back.
Okay.
I'm going to come up with a better business idea.
We'll think about it.
Adios, amigos. I hope you guys have all the fun with Friday Football Frenzy.
Well, I hope you have fun at Eastridge, you know?
I sure will.
Be, as people are having a good time.
Booty. Shaking that booty.
And there goes Chica. Barbecue Girl and Ham Bone coming soon to afternoon weekdays here on 11:30 The Tiger.
That's how you kill a segment right there.
That's how you kill something. That's how you kill something. All right. How about Chica to go cover West Monroe, North DeSoto?
We got people for that.
I think we're okay with that. I think we're good with
We're
Will
well stocked
Delafield. I think we're okay
for
with
that.
Delafield doing that, and Ping Pong will send us stuff from there as well. So I mean, I think we're okay there. And she's already poo-pooed the Soul Bowl because of the wedding. We'll have to find a different game for her. All right, 8:56 time, Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, Center to Catholic High University Lab.
Sure.
That'll be just a little matchup there that might be of some consequence down there. And we'll be back with more of the Power Hour of our show, brought to you by Alsco and Alsco.com right after this.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
When you hear this voice, you think of yesteryear, I hope. Grandpa's voice as he unwraps that Werther's and pops it in his mouth, and all of a sudden he's got to talk like this. I'm trying to get you to think of the good times back in the day. Back then, houses were affordable. Now, not so much. Except at Brewer Quality Homes. Grandpa's Werther's and a decent down payment get you a beautiful brand new home. Brewer Quality Homes.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show. Wrapping up the Power Hour. Brought to you by Brewer Quality Home, 3836. For all our friends in Lafayette, we hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful day. I think I'm coming down to your fair city next weekend. Marshall Thundering Herd and get a spice of life treatment there in Lafayette. Looking forward to that. Hope you guys have a great weekend. You live in Lafayette, so you're already ahead of the game, man. Take care, folks. Talk to you Monday. Bye.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Hey now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy hour of our little radio show is upon us. Final hour of the week here on 1130 The Tiger. Hard to believe. There is. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of noise.
A lot of buffers.
A lot of noise. So there we go. We'll see how it all spins out of control here, which it probably will. Are they still meeting in there?
Yeah. It's very important.
Content creators on their personal.
Content
Yep.
creators.
Time now for your SEC update. It's brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Boy, it is hot in here now, Raj. Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a discussion with you about your financial future. Remember, the person who takes care of you in the future is the person who you are now. That's the one you can count on most. Get that plan going. An investment game plan with a trusted financial advisor. All right. SEC update. Here we go. Bada bing, bada boom. The NCAA has eliminated the spring transfer portal.
Yeah, you gotta explain this for me. So, what's the new stuff here?
The committee announced the move Wednesday. The length and date of the proposed January transfer portal window is still up for discussion and will be considered. So, what this means, the elimination of the spring portal, college football coaches have wanted this. They complained that having 2 free agency periods created unnecessary chaos on their rosters. In January, the American Football Coaches Association got dozens of FBS head coaches to vote unanimously in support of a 10-day January portal window. They still, once again, aren't sure how many days they're going to have the January portal window. It may end up being more than 10.
But when does it open?
In January, like the 10th. Around the after the playoffs.
I was going to say it has to be.
Right.
That's the only way that it makes sense.
Correct.
And I don't like that. I don't know, man. Get rid of that one and keep the spring one? Because once you get out of spring practice, isn't there some hey, you're not going to play.
Not going to play.
This
what are you
kid's
going to
play.
do? So now that kid has to wait another year?
Yeah. That I don't know. It's all screwed up no matter how you.
I guess the coaches are doing it from their perspective. I want the kids that are here in January to be here for August. January 15th, if they're going to go through spring practice with us, then we can count on them for August. So I understand from the coaches.
Until we tell them they're not
going to be there, we're bringing in someone to take their spot.
Sure.
And so this is more of a coach's insurance policy, which, again, this has not been challenged in court yet since it's just been ratified. So nothing's set in stone because the NCAA is absolutely the Washington Generals against the Harlem Globetrotters when it comes to court cases lately. And they just don't win.
Yeah.
Graduate transfers will be subject to the new winter window as well. And so last year, grad transfers were able to enter the portal as early as October 1st and as late as the conclusion of the spring window. So they'll have to follow the same thing. The winter window gets more of the traction of the more than 3,000 FBS scholarship players who entered the portal last season. 63% of them entered before the end of that winter portal window. So it's the more busy portal, but that also means 37% waited until after the spring, and that's 37% of 3,000. That's going to give you about 1,000 kids. About 1,100 kids that waited until then. There you go, Raj. There you go. Yeah, I thought it was a spider on top of Cam Newton. No, wait. That's his hair. That's right. He's got his hair through the top. Okay. All right. He has solved the dilemma of guys who have, what do you call those things? Top buns or whatever? Top knots on their hair. Just put a hole in the top in your hat and just bring your hair up through there. That makes sense. LSU coach Brian Kelly was asked last week about Ryan Day's comments. Ryan Day said, I don't think it's a good idea at all. In the conversations we've had with the Big Ten, the majority of them agree. I don't quite understand how, for teams that are playing in the playoffs, are expected to make decisions and sign upcoming players while they're getting ready to play for games. So, in other words, the January 2nd date was the original date for the window opening, and that's right in the middle of the college playoffs. Quarterfinals end by January 1st, meaning 4 teams still have seasons going on. Last year, Ohio State and Notre Dame played the national championship on January 20th. This year, it's January 19th.
Okay, so that's not solved.
That is not solved.
That's a problem.
So you've got to wait till everyone finishes. That's only fair.
You have to. You're going to disrupt somebody's season.
Right. You may get PO'd the fact that it's Ohio State again and Alabama or Georgia or LSU and whomever else again. So what? They deserve the same opportunities as everybody else.
Of course they do.
That's dumb. If they do that, if they make it January 2nd to January 12th and they're still playoffs, then I would file a lawsuit.
Look, who's not so crazy for hating football now. Let's go over here.
Again, you know when it was simple, when football was so much fun, is when they played Saturdays, and you got to go watch the game or watch the game on TV, and then complain about it or enjoy it over the weekend, talk to your friends about it on Monday and Tuesday, and then start talking about the next game on Wednesday or Thursday, and then here we go.
A nice 11-game season.
Yeah. We don't do that anymore. No. We got to deal with this kind of stuff. And that's your SEC update.
Never thought I'd be sitting here missing the Big 8, but I do.
And Charlie Weiss. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management, who would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris, certified financial planner, securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management, BoHarrisWM.com, 318-670-3101, located at 223 Fannin.
You only thought you hated Nebraska back in the 90s.
Sure.
You thought that.
I did hate them. Yeah.
Now, though, now you're like, well, was it so bad?
Oh, yeah, right.
Was it there?
It was fun to hate Nebraska. It was fun to hate Notre Dame.
And it was fun with the different approaches and styles. We've been over that, though.
We have been. And Arkansas would win 9 and 10 games back in those days
Yeah,
because it was about getting kids from the high school ranks. And Arkansas had strong alumni ties in Dallas, Fort Worth. And they would get a lot of Dallas kids that they can't get anymore because
there's even with the chicken.
And that was when they were in the Southwest Conference.
Sure. Even with the chicken money, it's just
right.
It's tough. It's just you're still fighting the perception, even though you got a little bit more to throw around now.
Yeah.
And you're still the name still matters.
Well, it's what we're boiling this down to, in my opinion, Hester, is that college football is headed to where Major League Baseball is headed next year. The Los Angeles Dodgers, I don't know if you saw this.
I don't think I did.
They have blown through so many levels of the luxury tax threshold.
Right.
They're going to owe more in luxury tax than I think it's the bottom 6 teams' payrolls combined.
Jesus.
The Dodgers
That's absurd.
are paying more in luxury tax for going through the salary cap, right? Or through the not the salary cap because they don't have one. This is what I'm leading to. Yeah. They have paid more. They'll pay more for the luxury tax than the bottom 6. It may be 9, but I know it's at least 6 teams' salaries are combined, and they don't care. The Dodgers
Not
don't care.
the slightest.
You know they're gonna, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. It's going to be more next year,
right?
And then they're on the hook for even more than a year after that. They're going to pay almost $300 million in luxury tax, and they don't care.
No.
They signed the big thing is this. What's his name? The middle reliever they got before the trade deadline, I think, Steven Schott or whatever. They paid him 7 years, like $75 million. Nobody was going to pay this cat that.
There was
no
reason
one
for
was
that.
going to pay
What
this
are you
guy.
talking- What are you doing?
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
He's a $2 million a year pitcher, $4 million a year pitcher.
He's like, thanks.
And they gave him $11 million a year
What was the purpose of that?
because they wanted him, and they
Yeah, but
don't
there-
care
there
about
was-
paying a penalty.
But nobody was fighting him for it.
There were some other teams that wanted him, but his agent was like, "We can go here for this, or we can go here for
Yeah.
this." Well, where are you going to go?
Well, not to mention that's the best team.
Best team,
You know,
and
like,
you know
yeah.
you got Shohei for Pete's sake, and Freddie Freeman. It's not so hard being a relief pitcher when you got those guys to maybe pick up your offensive slack.
Did they know I would have gone for way less than that?
And so
absolutely.
when you hear the labor discord that's going to happen, you'll start hearing it during the postseason by some of the announcers this year. All next year you're going to hear about it because the collective bargaining agreement for Major League Baseball ends after the 26th season. And Major League Baseball owners outside of the Dodgers basically are saying, we want a salary cap. This is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, I know somebody's been beating that drum a little more lately. Was it Manfred himself?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Manfred Mann wants it bad.
I did see that somewhere.
And one of the reasons why these other owners are starting to kind of come to the conclusion, like, we will never be able to compete with a team that just doesn't care about how much money they spend.
No.
And so maybe if we make it to where you can only spend this amount of money, it'll bring baseball back to where it's more of a level playing field, that it's not the Phillies, the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays,
or just something to where you can't
Dodgers
kick so much money back like that.
Right.
Like the whole, whatever they call that, whatever that word is. Like, make it to where they can't just pay later for defer.
Defer. Yeah. The
like,
Shohei stuff is so deferred.
all of that. Don't they have multiple people?
They do.
Like, why is that?
3 or 4 guys where they have multiple deals where they have deferred payments.
That's a weird deal too. That's allowed.
Correct. Why not just? I know the old "go along to get along" philosophy. Fake it until you make it. Whatever phrase you want to apply to this. But why don't they all just kind of realize that, hey, if we do this, we're getting ready to screw this whole thing up, and nobody's going to make any money because they are literally talking about a lockout starting.
And that's what baseball needs.
Right. They need to drop off the complete face of the earth for a full year. Not since the 94 World Series was canceled have we come this close, apparently, according to some of the insiders, is what we're going to face next year, because players are like, no, we do not want a salary cap. No. I'm like, well, if you tell the players in 2027 you're going to get $0, or you're going to get the $7.5 million that we have you on contract for, which would you rather have? I want the $7.5 million. Okay, then get out there and play. And to get out there and play, you're going to have to ratify that we're going to give you a salary cap. Every other sport has one.
Yeah.
You know?
In some form or fashion.
NFL, NBA, NHL,
Right.
MLS.
Everybody.
They all have salary caps. Major League Baseball doesn't.
Meanwhile, the NHL cap is, it's going up. Yeah, it's going to have its biggest increase, whatever. You might be able to pay somebody now possibly $12 million a year.
Right.
Like, NHL cap is tight.
Yep.
And there ain't a whole lot of people making over 10.
No.
And if you do, you talk about quarterbacks hamstringing your salary cap. You pay a hockey player $10 million. It's like, is our farm system like really good and I didn't know it?
And the thing is, Esther, remember about like 8 or 10 years ago, hockey made a pretty good sized jump in their salaries. There was a lot of guys making, back then $8 to $9, $10 million, and then all of a sudden, you're right. It just like, that's as high as we're gonna go, boys.
That 8 number pops out, and fan bases get real nervous. Like, hey, how are we sure about this?
Are we sure we can afford to have anybody else on the bench if we pay one guy $8 million? Well, it doesn't matter in baseball, and you know what? And how we started this conversation, it's not going to matter in college football. It just doesn't matter. There's no salary cap, right? You've got the $21 million that each of those, but
right.
Doesn't matter if someone else, if Phil Knight, the Texas Tech billionaire,
right?
Texas billionaires, A&M billionaires, they can come in and give you more. And so at some point you look around, like Arkansas has got 2 of the wealthiest families that are supporters of the 3. Jerry Jones is not chicken scratch.
Yeah.
The Tysons.
Right. That's right.
The Waltons.
How much do we know those people are giving?
Tyson is giving millions. He's got his name on the thing. And Walmart has got their logo on the field. So that's 7 figures minimum, and more than likely 8 with Tyson.
That's why they've got to go get a different coach.
But it's still not enough, though, Hester. They're still not paying as much as what A&M's able to do, as much as Ohio State's able to do, and they're never going to be able to. And Alabama can get away with that for a little bit. Georgia can get away with that a little bit. LSU can get away with that because they've had a track record of success, putting players in the NFL. They got great high school football in their respective states.
The
facilities are incredible. And for the most part, they've got coaches that get the most out of their kids. And so they don't have to get into the arms race as much as some of these other schools do. For Ole Miss, Arkansas, Missouri, even Tennessee, to compete 5 years from now, dude, you better have somebody win the freaking Powerball on a regular basis. And all they want to do is pay football players and not worry about their kids, grandkids, and spouses.
That's what I've always come back to with this stuff is at some point I'm tapped out. I know. I've got all of this. Sure, you're right. Good call, sir. You called me, though, when you needed this. You called me when you needed this. Now you need a linebacker. Hey, this is nice and all, but, especially if it's one of those places that, hey, we were 9-3 once, like 6 years ago.
Like Arkansas. And now it's a struggle. You've got to schedule Arkansas State and UAPB to get to the 6 wins. Right. And nobody wants that. What's weird to me about all this.
We have to go to a bowl game that nobody's going to want to play.
No one's going to want to go in. The Texas Tech billionaire that's funded all their stuff. He's also the guy who's got those TV commercials you'll see all day tomorrow. And they've been every Saturday.
Which one is that?
The one about NCAA, we want to keep the Olympic sports and women's sports alive.
That's what that is.
Yeah. That's
I've wondered what that is.
That's the guy, Texas Tech guy. All right? I'm like, hey, man, what a noble gesture. But wait a minute. You're doing the thing that's causing these programs to be eliminated.
No. That's what they want you to believe, boy.
And maybe not at Texas Tech, but people trying to keep up with the Texas Tech billionaires' donations to Texas Tech, they're saying, hey, we can do this. Or the schools that can't get the Texas Tech billionaire money are saying, well, we got this $21 million, but we got to give it all to our football and basketball team. Yep. Well, cut the women's sports. Well, why don't you guys get a guy like me, a billionaire, oil man?
I want to help.
You know, you need Duff Man is now Oil Man, who has come in to save Texas Tech and A&M and Texas and Oklahoma. You know where they don't have oil? Tennessee.
Yeah.
You know they don't have oil? South Carolina. You know? And so at some point, that all just kind of becomes an arms race where there's more armless people.
Right.
And so it's just a bizarre thing. But, yeah, that's the reason behind that. The guy wants more people. This money needs to be going to save the
I didn't know who
women's
was
sports.
behind that. Okay.
And it's genius.
Yeah.
Because, sure, if you legislate to where that $21 million has got to be evenly divided among all the women's sports and Olympic sports, men's golf as well, all that stuff, you know what that means? That means less money going to the football team from the $21 million. And so if you don't have the Texas Tech billionaire to pay those guys, your football team's going to struggle.
That's right.
So, of course, if I'm Texas Tech, I want everyone to start divvying the money up evenly because I'm going to get bailed out by, Mr. Magoo over here.
Before I go, there are a total of 20 players in the NHL with a cap hit of $10 million or more. That's it.
That's it. In the NBA, there are 12 per team.
Yeah. The NBA is the one where it's like, huh?
Yeah.
Who is that? Who is that just got 4 years for 120? Who is this person? Does anybody know who that is?
No, they don't.
No.
No one does. Nobody knows.
Oh, he's a rim protector.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're shooting more threes than ever.
Remember,
make sure they give the rim protector $30 million.
If you ever want to be just thoroughly depressed, just look up Ben Simmons' career earnings.
Oh yeah.
It'll drive you nuts. All right. Happy hour. 9:19. Hambone, you're out of here, right?
Yep.
I got to get something for the car for you.
All right.
All right, so I'll be right back. We'll be back with more of the happy hour. Alsco.com. And don't forget, our little radio show is also brought to you by Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Giving away tickets to all LSU home games, plus 0% financing on a lot of vehicles on the lot. The super-duper new Dodge Charger coming out. Incredible Ram pickup trucks, and the hardest-working vehicles known to man, as American can get. Jeep, rugged Jeep products. Go see Steve. Go see Trey. And if you see Denny, tell him we said hi as well. Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. GoLanders.com. Your home of LSU home ticket giveaways. Stop by the dealership. Tell them you want to put an entry for the next home ticket giveaway. They'll do that. If you get your car service there, that's 10 ticket entries you get. Yeah. If you take a test drive, another 10. Buy a vehicle, you get 30 entries in there. Yeah, refer a friend, that's 5. GoLanders.com, 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220, underneath the 2,400 square foot American flag. Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, 2701 Benton Road. GoLanders.com. We'll be back with more of the show brought to you by Alsco.com right after this.
1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric. In the studio with Daniel Lynch, our 1130 The Tiger lawn and fence industry ace. So Daniel, financing for fences, how does that work?
So what we do is we partnered up with a company called Hearth. Hearth is a national brand. They work with about 30 different banks. They really help some of the best and some of the worst options out there. So when I say best and worst, what I'm looking at is there's a lot of people that don't have the best credit, and there's people that have really, really good credit out there. But what we do is we partner with them, and they offer 0% financing on a lot of stuff for a lot of different people. We can put fences up to $40,000. We can do fences down to $1,500. Just whatever fits your need.
This is going to take an estimate, and it's going to take a credit application. How much does it cost to get that done?
So the estimate's free, credit application's free. Generally speaking, once we have the estimate turned in to you and you look at it, you approve it, we send everything over to the finance company. We can have you approved in probably 90 seconds.
Learn more about this industry ace at lynchslawnandfencellc.com.
Don't get caught with your fence down. You call, we come. God bless the USA.
I am so tired of renting. I want something that's mine, but it's too hard to buy a house.
You need to go to Brewer Home Center in Bossier. You don't have to own your own land to buy.
What if my credit's not great?
They work with lenders who work with all credit scores, as long as you have a steady income. Can be Social Security, disability, or from your job. They sent me a link to an easy application, and I had decisions in no time. Call them at 741-1222 or stop by 3830 East Texas in Bossier or visit brewerhomecenter.com.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Our locally owned businesses are the backbone of our community, and our industry aces lead the way with top-notch service. Lynch's Lawn and Fence. Don't get caught with your fence down. When you call, they come. Shreveport Bossier Family Dental. Dentistry that keeps you smiling. Shreveport Bossier Pediatric Dental Care. It's an out-of-this-world experience. Louisiana State University in Shreveport, where you can stay close and go far. Support local and check out our industry aces today.
Dude, did you order the new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I've never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever. With eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Best 5G source root metrics data, United States, 1H 2025. All rights reserved. Trade-in and additional terms apply for all offers. See Verizon.com for details.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisedewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Are you experiencing fatigue, low libido, muscle loss? At Rejuva Medical, we specialize in medically monitored hormone replacement therapy. Begin your journey to a better you at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The presenting sponsor for the Tim Fletcher Show is Alsco. Uniform needs, tablecloths, napkins, you name it, with facility care from wet mops to floor mats to everything in between, plus the very important first aid services as well. Trust Alsco, 318-636-0404, alsco.com. Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right, buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, games, workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, paints and supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hey, boy, Rogers Hampton's here. How's it going, Rog? Tim Fletcher Show. We've lost Hester. He's headed off to his other job. He did say, give Rogers a kiss and a hug for me, though. So, Rogers, we'll see if we can find somebody who'll do that for you.
Yeah, he didn't want to do it in front of the corporate people. It'd be kind of embarrassing.
He usually gives you a big bear hug for you.
I mean, I know they get along with each other, but not to the level that we get along with each other. We just don't want to make them jealous.
Right.
Because they would just envy what we have.
Right. Happy hour. Taking care of business. Alsco.com. Linens, facility care, uniforms. Buddy, if you have a need for any of that stuff, they're so good. They work so hard, and they just get the job done. So many people that go into keeping that place just a well-oiled machine. Every single person there plays a pivotal role, and it is evident that they do it well. Just the one time Rogers and I were there for a couple of hours watching how the process works, I was blown away. Like, these folks know what the hell they're doing, and I just need to stay out of the way. They are good at their job, man. Thanks as well to our friends over at Community Renewal. Community Renewal, helping Shreveport Bossier be better in every possible way. Putting our best foot forward. That's what they're about. The We Care community. That's one thing we do. I saw where we got some other grant the other day because of, we're a giving community. Well, that the king of all giving is Mac McCarter. Got everything started with Community Renewal. Giving back to your community is something that they have just perfected, and they have gotten so many people involved through the We Care community. You can be a part of it as well. Get in touch with Community Renewal, communityrenewal.us, 318-425-3222, 318-425-3222, helping Shreveport Bossier put their best foot forward every day. Hambone, as far as the college games this weekend, we've talked about those quite a bit. The NFL this weekend. Your Houston Texans. There's a lot of folks that are poo-pooing on the Texans, Raj. Like, oh, man, I don't know. They ain't got it this year. The offense just, there's something wrong with C.J. Stroud. Well, they've got injuries, a ton of injuries. They still don't have one of the best wide receivers that they could possibly have back, from injury. A big AFC South showdown this week, though, in Jacksonville. You concerned about your Texans 0-2 start?
No, not after 2 games.
No.
This is a long season now, and, I know that everybody goes with the old statistic, 0-2 teams, man, they don't ever make the playoffs. With the extra game and the parity in the league.
Very good point, Rod.
You know what I mean? And the parity in the league, everybody's going to be in, until you start off 0-6, 0-2 is a hole that a team can climb out of. So, and the Saints have been poo-pooed on all offseason in these first 2 games when I'll see some of these power rankings, and all of them have them 32. Like behind the Carolina Panthers. I'm like, wait a minute. The Saints were competitive in their both 2 games and had a chance to win on the last drive.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of these other teams they're ranking ahead of them didn't have anywhere near a sniff of that.
Uh-huh.
So I take the grain of salt in Ashley because we see what they're doing. They're more worried about the few handful of topics that they want to talk about every day.
Correct.
And they just rotate how they go about talking about them. And then they just dismiss the stuff that they just already think they know because they don't want to put the time or effort into looking deep into the teams that they are just dismissing. Well, that's not what I do. These, yes, there are bad teams, but they're still the NFL, and these are NFL players, and these are the best football players in all of the world. So, yes, 0-2 is bad, but there's bad 0-2, and then, hey, you were close to being 1-1 or 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, man, they got beat 44-10 and then 52-3. This is not getting any better.
And what's interesting about this week for the Saints, at least to me, Raj, is that, it's a road trip against a Seattle team that's got division title aspirations, if not Super Bowl aspirations, but at least playoff and win the NFC West with a kind of battered down Niners organization. Not sure how long Matthew Stafford's going to be able to withstand the wear and tear of a 17-game season, even though he's off to a hot start. And we all know what the Cardinals do. They'll start fast, and they'll whimper by the end of the season. So the Seahawks look at this as like, this is our year. Well, you know who the Seahawks offensive coordinator is. It's Clint Kubiak. You know where he was last year, Raj. You know you got to see him every day. So there is kind of know his tendencies.
Yeah.
And guess what? Kubiak and Underhill and Triplett, who did it today? Triplett on New Orleans Football again. We don't get anything from those guys. We can't even get them on the show because they're contractually obligated to Jacob and Matt's show. But I will toot their horn repeatedly. If you're a Saints fan, the minimal cost that it costs to subscribe to New Orleans Football is well worth it because it really is the best information out there, along with Jeff Duncan with the Times-Picayune, does an outstanding job still with it. But Triplett brings it up that they've already faced the Shanahan-Kubiak family tree last week with the Niners. And, oh, by the way, San Francisco ran 26 times for 77 yards. This Saints defense is not a joke, Rodgers. No. The offense is certainly a work in progress, and I know there are deficiencies that are evident. We all see it.
And we know that the offense takes a little longer to gel than the defense does.
Especially when you've got some major holes on the offensive line.
Defense, see ball, get ball.
Offensive line isn't going to get healthier anytime soon.
Penning's back in practice at least. That's a good sign.
But so the Saints are going to have to try to keep things low scoring and try to create opportunities, short fields for Rattler, and turn field goals into touchdown opportunities. And that's how you win games if you're the Saints.
And so far, 2 of those 3 things they've done. They just need to do that
last one. They
just need
to get the last one.
They need to get that last one.
They're going to know more about this opponent than they've known about any opponent they've ever faced. And the first 2 opponents they faced this year because of Kubiak. Because they've already seen a little bit
And
of
if you got to go to Seattle, this is it, early.
This is the time to do
it.
Early in the season. The weather's not going to be horrible at all.
It could be raining, but it's not freezing.
It's not freezing rain. I'm sure that the fans, just like anybody else, Raj, like Hester, going down to Austin to watch Sam Houston versus Texas. If Texas was playing Alabama in Austin, I guarantee you there's no way that Hester could phone up and try to find, go on the internet and find a decent ticket.
No.
And the folks would be in Austin would be swarming about this game since Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
As it is, Hester and Haley will be able to pull up to the stadium parking lot wherever they can, probably about 4 hours before game time, 3 hours, find a spot, be able to find a place. There will be empty seats around everybody in the stadium at some point because it's Sam Houston.
And it's not game day. It's not
game day.
Yeah, game day's not there.
And Seattle, I guarantee you, this isn't the Niners coming up there. This isn't the Rams coming up there. This isn't the Cowboys coming up there.
You might have a tendency to drop your guard a little bit because you think
fans aren't going to be as excited about it. They're not going to be as vocal.
Saints, yeah.
The team, how can you be as pumped up about this if you're an NFL player taking on Spencer Rattler than if you were taking on Matthew Stafford or Dak Prescott
Or even if it was Derek
Mahomes or Derek, whatever.
Yeah, even if it was Derek, you'd have to go, that's a veteran QB that's really good.
So the Saints, by being as bad as they are, get the benefit of being that team that no one expects much of.
And sometimes you can use that to your advantage.
You got to get off to a good start. Pull the Matthew Sewell.
I tell you what I'd like to see is a very successful running game that would keep the score low.
Keep it low, and that's how the Saints have got to win.
You've
Rogers.
got to until the quarterbacks and the receivers get to gelling. Yes,
you've got to keep the game in the 20s. The defense will
keep
certainly do their
Juwan
part.
Johnson.
And if you can create 2 more opportunities for your team,
and like you
with
said,
2 more
touchdowns
turnovers
instead of field goals.
And if you get those 2 opportunities and one of them results in 6 as opposed to 3,
I mean, a pick 6 maybe. I'll take it.
All of a sudden, instead of losing 21-20, you're winning the game 34-28.
Yeah, I was going to say 24-21, you're up.
To me, that's the next step that the Saints have got to make. They've got to get that scoring up. They've got to get the offense to where you're putting 28 points on the board so that defense doesn't have to be almost as blemish-free and perfect as they have been these last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because think about last year. Offense was perfect the first 2 weeks. Things were going great. Then everything kind of started falling off the offense, and the defense wasn't quite good enough to withstand that. And then we had the wreck of a season that we had. Defense is great enough to keep the Saints in games, but they're not going to be able to keep them in every game. They're going to have a bad game every now and then. Cam is an older man. DeMario's an older dude. They're probably not going to be as effective some games because they're going to be nursing some injuries as this season wears on. So offense has got to step up. Raj, I don't know. I know Hester took Seattle in the Survivor. I would have been scared of this just because the Saints have shown life in every aspect of the game. Gruby's got to start making every kick he makes, for one thing. He's got to stop missing kicks. That's silly. We can't have a kicker missing kicks in the world of NFL kickers nowadays. Defense has got to play like they've been playing, and Rattler has to just keep doing what he did. No turnovers, 3 touchdowns. Rodgers, if he does that this week,
I was going to expand on that. I was
Alvin
like,
doesn't
it's
fumble.
not like he's making a bunch of mistakes. He's kind of playing within himself. And I was going to mention, hey, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and you covered it. Just stay within that and improve a little more everywhere else.
if Alvin doesn't fumble Rodgers, they win the game.
And in the game before, if Johnson could have just
Johnson
hung on to
catches that, they
ball,
win the game.
They're 2-0.
And
So
it's
not like what they portray on national TV where they got beat 40-something to 3 each game. That's not the case at all. So you don't want to cover it. You just want to rehash if Dak can show out, if he can go get the same crap they regurgitate every stinking day.
Every single day. Yes.
So
yeah.
And apparently we're going to get them on TV this week, right?
We are.
And it's the afternoon game.
3:15, 3:25.
So thank you to the local channel that is actually carrying them.
Right. It's not as bad as it could be.
It's not. It's really not.
So
it's really not.
And I'm enjoying watching the defense play as hard as they are. And I'm just watching Rattler. I think that he's tapped into something.
And I'm even, if for some reason Shuck had to come in, I don't feel like there's that big of a drop-off because they're both young, inexperienced quarterbacks that are both having to learn, but you can see the talent in both of them.
I haven't seen anything, Rodgers, about this, but I have thought about this. At some point, and maybe it's this week, at some point it would be at least a nice little curveball to see Tyler Shuck come in for a series.
That's kind of why I brought that up, Fletch. I've been having that thought as well, and not because I'm like, man, God, I can't watch.
I can't watch. Yeah, it has nothing to do with that.
God,
but let's make a defense call a timeout
and think about
what they're doing, and then Shuck comes up and does something.
Bring in a special package of plays that the Seattle defense does.
Giants did it with Jackson Dart.
Yes.
I don't know why the Saints can't do a Shuck.
And it's not looked at as punishment to Rattler. It's looked at, you're trying to shake this up and win a damn football game.
Everybody has to do their part.
Absolutely.
And if that means Tyler Shuck needs to come in for a play and throw it deep.
If that means you got to sacrifice some of your ego,
then so be it.
We need a victory.
Yep, 9:38 the time. Happy hour. Rocking and rolling. From the Live Oak Environmental text line. If was a fifth. If was a fifth. I don't know what that means. If was a fifth, we'd be drunk, maybe? War Eagle, give me a lock for the weekend. A lock for the weekend, huh?
Buffalo.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, we'll do that for you here in a little bit. LSU update coming up as well. Our radio show is brought to you by the wonderful human beings who are at Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, sponsoring something with another. I want to get. It's just amazing to me. Every time I look on social media, I see something that's Morris and DeWitt is sponsoring or is putting their efforts behind. And you're like, oh, proud sponsor of the Gingerbread House. You know, how cool is that? Proud to support the Shreveport Card Show coming up October 4th. How cool is that? Proud sponsor of the Alzheimer's Association. How cool is that? The Walk to End Alzheimer's on Saturday, September 20th, tomorrow in Monroe. They're behind that. They just are getting things done, and I love how they're doing it because they're a successful law firm. Let's not kid a kidder here. You can go to the reviews and see how successful they are. But the fact that they are reinvesting in this community and reinvesting in North Louisiana in so many different ways and helping those who need a little bit of extra help or helping those who are looking to raise money for this, that, and that other type thing, and recognizing high school athletes for their excellence as well through our Player of the Week awards. They're just awesome. And so just remember that next time that you may need an attorney, an injury attorney, just know that Morris and DeWitt, local. Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt, super good dudes. MorrisDeWitt.com, MorrisDeWett.com. Hambone and I will be back with more of the show presented by Alsco after this.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
Looking for reliable electrical services? Look no further than Jack Spring Electric. From industrial to commercial to residential needs, we've got you covered. Our expert team ensures top-notch service every time, keeping your operations running smoothly and your homes powered up. And when the power goes out, trust our generators to keep your lights on and your business going strong. Visit jackspringelectric.com for all of your electrical needs. For quality you can trust, visit jackspringelectric.com today. Jack Spring Electric, powering your world.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
These gems don't just glisten, they pay. Play Lucky Gems from the lottery. Win up to $4,000. Stop at your favorite lottery retailer and ask for Lucky Gems today. Keep it rolling straight to your wallet and play Money Rolls from the lottery. Win up to $15,000. Visit any lottery retailer and pick up Money Rolls today. Louisiana Lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job, and dealer support in your own backyard. You just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Keeping you up to date on everything associated with LSU, River Cities Lighting. The LSU updates at the bottom of the hour, every hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, brought to you by River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, 9:46. Rogers, is it almost the time for the show to come to an end?
It is almost done, Ski.
How'd that happen?
We like to talk.
Oh. Okay.
And then Chica took up about 15 minutes.
Oh, that's right. She threw money all over the place.
Yeah, she did, man. I'm still spinning from that.
Yeah, I get it. Welcome back. Happy hour. Our show also presented by Alsco every single day, alsco.com. Shapen Toyota, shaping up to be a beautiful day at Ken Shapen Toyota in Marshall, Texas. Take exit 617 off I-20, head north, my friend, till you get to 5015 East End Boulevard South, and that's where you will find Shapen Toyota. Ken Shapen Toyota is one of those situations where if you pick it out, they're going to work it out. They'll find a way. And, oh, by the way, they will deliver those vehicles, that beautiful brand new Toyota, they will deliver back to you here in Shreveport, Bossier. All you got to do is pick out the one you love. Oh, and I hope that one loves you back too, whether it's a 4Runner or a Camry or a Corolla or a Tundra or a Tacoma. They have got you squared away. Yes, sir. ShapenToyota.com, and best of luck to Blake Shapen and the Mississippi State Bulldogs this weekend. Time now for your LSU update, brought to you by River City Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. It's Tiger time. Roar. Brian Kelly wanted to know, he was asked yesterday during Coach's Show if we'll see more of what we saw in that last drive, the I formation with two fullbacks. He said, yes, it'll be part of what they do the rest of the year. As mentioned previously, this is from DandyDon.com. LSU used defensive end Jack Pyburn and tied in Bauer Sharp as fullbacks on the long run by Caden Durham. And somewhere Jacob Hester is smiling. Caleb Jackson, what kind of role will he play this season? Could he be used as a fullback? Kelly shot down the idea of using him as a fullback, saying he's a natural tailback, and then went on to basically say the reason why guys like Jackson and cornerback Ashton Stamps aren't playing much is the team is just much deeper than it was last year. He expressed confidence that when their numbers are called, they will do a great job. Okay. All right. I'm with you, buddy. And, again, LSU kind of comes into this game as healthy as they may have been in a long time. You know, Braylon Moore, all systems go. Matt Flynn, good God, Rogers. Garrett Nussmeier, who I still think reminds me of Flynn in so many ways. Garrett Nussmeier is turning the corner as Brian Kelly says. Seemed like the only player that we probably see or that we know we're not going to see is West Weeks with a calf sprain, and maybe Trades Green, who has practiced and did have the ball thrown his way, but he remains questionable for Saturday's game.
And this is one of those games, if you're ever going to rest somebody, this can be it. And I don't mean that disrespectful at all.
No, you don't, but it is the nature of the beast. Okay? So, we get it. We get it.
Yep.
And that, my friends.
And now that we know about the injury to Garrett, besides just the banged-up knee from preseason,
yeah,
the torso just explains away and just explains everything. Everything we doubted, everything we were seeing, everything we were wondering.
Mm-hmm.
All of us just kind of went, well, man, a quarterback with his torso, whether he's throwing or handing off, he's twisting the midsection. So it's going to take a little longer to heal because your position requires you to be very flexible. Whether you're in the shotgun, whether you're under center, whether you're handing off, whether you're checking down, whether you're chunking it deep, you're putting strain on that injury. So now that we know what it is and Brian Kelly has let the cat out of the bag, I think maybe the offensive coordinator can adjust the play calling a little to maybe where, why didn't he throw it? Why wasn't the last year? Well, now we know.
Mm-hmm.
So adjust to where we're not all going, oh, man, he shouldn't have made that throw because if he's injured, it's not going to have as much zip, so that's putting it in harm's way. Now you just adjust the offense a little bit to where, you know what, call a play where it doesn't torque his torso so much. And it's a little easier on him to deliver the ball, and you being a quarterback understands exactly what that means.
Hambone participating in the LSU update as well. Brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery.
I got 10 minutes, and then you're going to have to hear me till Monday.
I know. River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. RiverCitiesLighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day. Lori, Heather, Courtney, and, of course, Kevin, 3908 Shed Road. If you have a need for light fixtures for inside the house or outside the house, that's where you go. River Cities Lighting and RiverCitiesLighting.com. Oh, our show also brought to you by Daiquiri Express. Daiquiri Express, where it's going to be happy hour here just in a little while, Raj. Buy one, get one free from 4 to 7 at all 7 locations of Daiquiri Express. What a great way to get into the weekend. What a great way to get that watch party tomorrow for whatever game it is you're tuned into. And then, of course, on Sunday when it's the Cowboys or the Saints or whomever it is that you're rooting for, isn't it kind of nice to have a Daiquiri Express frozen concoction right there with you as well? Daiquiri Express. Oh, so good, and oh, so local as well. And we'll be back right after this.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
GBT has been our stand-by-us bank for quite some time when it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips. I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
Hey y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvenate Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Skent-N-Dent has been around here in Shreveport-Bossier for just about 12 years. 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway, 318-869-2023. The Hill Brothers, Devin and Rance. Man, these guys know it inside and out. The business of getting you appliances and furnishings that may have just a slight little cosmetic defect, a little scratch, a little dent, but up to 50% savings over the big box stores. Why would you go anywhere else other than Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway? The presenting sponsor for the Tim Fletcher Show is Alsco. Uniform needs, tablecloths, napkins, you name it, with facility care from wet mops to floor mats to everything in between, plus the very important first aid services as well. Trust Alsco, 318-636-0404, alsco.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Hey now, what's going on, kids? Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton here, 9:55 the time. Happy hour. Crazy Legs text in on the Live Oak Environmental text line. There's a buzz about our Louisiana Tech dogs we haven't felt in a while. I expect a special night in Ruston. Hopefully it's a game we can look back and say it was a turning point for the program in this new college football era. Have a good weekend. Mr. Smith is cancer-free. Well, that is awesome, Crazy Legs. And, yeah, I hope the Tech Bulldogs take care of those Golden Eagles from southern Mississippi. Oh, mama. War Eagle said, give me a lock for the weekend. How about Central Florida -7 at home versus North Carolina?
God, look at you, bud. Wow.
Yeah.
That was fast off the top of that noggin.
Well, I think the Fighting Belichicks are still a work in progress, and they've played some pretty lesser competition here recently.
I don't see that.
I think it's an experiment that is gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, I just don't see that being a successful ending to that situation.
I think they're still playing the wrong quarterback. The Lopez kid is terrible, but guess what? They paid him a ton of money to come there.
So guess what? You start.
And Max Johnson's over there like, hey, remember me? I kind of did this thing where, I was the only guy that looked decent against TCU at opening loss.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. I'll just
sit over here. I'll sit over here and look at the iPad.
They beat Charlotte 20-3. They beat Richmond 41-6, but they lost to TCU 48-14. I just don't think they're getting better.
They're not.
And I think Central Florida is just better.
Schools like that, you're right. Those schools like that are now better these days.
So, I know, and UCF hasn't played anybody. I get it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just think they're better.
That's why you kick it off. That's why the whistle blows.
That's
why
right.
The clock starts running. That's why it ends.
Yeah.
We've seen stuff that we never thought we'd see before, so you can't ever just – that's the thrill of the competition and the thrill of playing the games. You think you know.
But
you might know a little, but that if you knew the outcome, guess what? Everybody would be billionaires because they would bet all the right teams all the time and be rich and nobody'd have to work. And that's just not the way it works. There's a reason there's new buildings going up in Las Vegas all the time. It's not because they're doling out money. It's because they're reeling it in.
Holding on. Central Florida was picked to be next to dead last of the Big 12 in the Big 12 this year. Okay. All right, we'll see. I don't know. I'm sticking with it. I just think North Carolina's playing the wrong guy quarterback. Until they solve that, then I would be picking against North Carolina.
I understand.
Friday Football Frenzy comes your way tonight between 7 o'clock and 10:30 on 101.7 FM, 710 Kill. Join me, Hester, and Ruben Wright, and our cavalcade of correspondents as they cover every local high school game in the area. Plus, we'll check in around the big games down south. St. Thomas More and Acadiana, University Lab, and Catholic High. We'll keep you updated on those games, plus all the ones in our area. Friday Football Frenzy, powered by Chevy Land. Thanks to our wonderful sponsors for making this show possible, from Goodwill Industries in North Louisiana to Skent-N-Dent with our Coaches Conversations, Cormier Family Dentistry, Porter's Cleaners, Rejuvenate Medical, Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers, Daiquiri Express, Chasing Aces, Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, Bo Harris Wealth Management, Spell Brothers Lumber, Chop Shop, Live Dirty, Eat Clean, 724 Azalea Drive. Alsco, our presenting sponsor, and alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Community Renewal, Honey Baked Ham, Walk On Sports Bistro, Shapen Toyota, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, Bailey's Jewelers, Sports World, AccuTemp, Bowman Asphalt, Chevyland, GBT, Mudbugs Hockey. Don't forget Bugs at home tonight and tomorrow night. MudbugsHockey.com, 636-7094. Brewer Home Center and Live Oak Environmental, Live Oak ENV. And thanks to our new sponsors, Lock Safe. Thank you to DraftKings. And thank you to Xfinity. Roger, what are you going to do the rest of the day? Soap Opera Friday. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas LaValle, Batch 1284, rest in peace. And our friend Casey Hobbick, rest in peace. Hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Be nice, be kind. Take care of those that need to be taken care of. And let's move forward and try to be as civil as we possibly can to each other, people. We only get one spin on the rock. Let's make it a good one, right? Have a great weekend. Check you tonight on Friday Football Frenzy.
The previous program was paid for by Tim Fletcher. KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.